Start on YouTube.
Start up on YouTube. You'll know it's running because it will start a clock.
Mm-hmm.
Start your shift and yourself over to your appropriate scene.
Which is just
reacting or
to
just
start.
chatting, whichever one you want to jump off on. Just click on it and then back to your web page. Hold on. Shit out of it either. I figured I would sit here for the first minute or two to make sure it all cooperates for you.
I feel like I'm a mile away from my video. Well, hello everybody, and how's it going today? We are starting a whole new world today. I just finished the first week shift of my job. I am sore, tired, but excited because, hey, I made it through the first week. I'm still here. And we're going to start going right into this because I know I'm running a little bit late here. But I figured we're going to start out with ghost stories. Yeah, ghost stories. Just because I could use a good scare. It's better than my job scares, believe me. So we're going to go right in to
Alt-tab.
7 Irish Legends. And it comes from the channel Scary Ghost Stories. That's literally the channel's name. And it's 7 Irish Legends, Scary Stories to Fall Asleep to. So I guess I can't really say they're ghost stories, but listening to the channel, I figured that's what they'll be about. So we're going to get right into it and go into here right now with 7 Scary Stories to Fall Asleep to.
Irish urban legends.
Seems like it's cooperating.
Ireland is a land of breathtaking landscapes and timeless
Don't need
traditions,
any further
but
now.
beneath its surface lies a world of mystery and the macabre. Urban legends are woven into the fabric of its culture, passed down through generations as warnings, tales of awe, or simple reminders of the past. From phantom hitchhikers on lonely roads to spectral figures tied to ancient castles, these stories blur the line between history and the supernatural. In this collection, we dive deep into 7 of Ireland's most spine-chilling urban legends. Tales that will make you question what's real and what's lurking just out of sight. Are you ready to explore the darker side of the Emerald Isle? The Black Cat of Killikee. In the shadowy depths of the Dublin Mountains lies Killikee House, a crumbling ruin that holds one of Ireland's most persistent and chilling urban legends, the Black Cat of Killikee. This spectral feline is no ordinary creature, but is believed to be a demonic entity tied to occult rituals once performed within the house's walls. For decades, tales of its unearthly presence have both fascinated and terrified those who dare to visit the site. Killikee House was originally built in the 18th century as a hunting lodge for the Massey family.
You know, before I go on much longer here, I'm sitting here going, thinking, is this where the Black Cat legend came from? And on top of that, I really wonder, because I had a ghost cat in one of my places me and my husband rented when the children were small. Didn't stay there long. It started to interact with my son, and I wanted out because I had more than a ghost cat. I had a other figure in there too. But the ghost cat used to come in and lay down next to me on the bed. Did it to my husband too a couple times. He thought I was nuts till it happened to him. But this makes me wonder more intently, is it where the whole black cat legend or phenomena came from?
Family, who were among Ireland's wealthiest landowners. By the mid-20th century, however, the family's fortune had dwindled and the house was abandoned, left to decay on the hillside. Its isolation made it an ideal setting for whispers of strange happenings and shadowy figures. The legend truly took root in the 1960s when the house was purchased by Margaret and Nicholas O'Brien, who intended to renovate the derelict building and transform it into an art gallery. It wasn't long before the workmen began experiencing strange phenomena. Tools would disappear, only to reappear in odd places. Unexplained cold spots would chill entire rooms, and eerie noises echoed through the empty halls. Then came the first sightings of the black cat. The workmen described it as unnaturally large, with glowing eyes that seemed to pierce through the dim light. The cat would appear suddenly, sitting silently in a corner or atop a pile of rubble, watching them intently. Attempts to shoo it away were futile. The cat would vanish without a sound, leaving the workers deeply unsettled. Margaret O'Brien herself encountered the creature late one evening as she was locking up for the night. She later described it as a cat the size of a dog, with fur so black it seemed to absorb the surrounding light. When she
Okay, now the cat the size of a dog, people, that is not unusual. I've had at least 3 tomcats that were the size of a goddamn bobcat, and they were normal household felines. So to see one that big, not truly surprising, especially, I mean, think of a old abandoned or big old castle like that. How many rodents have got to be there for him to have lunch on? So I am sure he was living well and happy.
tried to chase it away, it hissed at her, its glowing eyes flashing in the darkness before it melted into the shadows. Alarmed, she called in a local priest to bless the house, hoping to rid it of whatever malevolent force lingered there. The blessing seemed to work, temporarily, but the cat returned, more menacing than before. One night, Margaret heard scratching at the door, followed by guttural growls that sent shivers down her spine. When she opened the door, there was nothing there. Yet the sensation of being watched persisted. As rumors of the black cat spread, so too did stories of Killicky House's dark past. Locals whispered of a satanic cult that had used the abandoned lodge for rituals in the early 1900s. Some claimed the black cat was a demonic entity summoned during one of these ceremonies, bound to the house as a guardian of the secrets hidden within. Others believed it to be the spirit of an animal sacrificed in one of the rituals, cursed to roam the property for eternity. Paranormal investigators flocked to Killicky House, eager to document the strange occurrences. One investigator claimed to have captured audio recordings of low growls emanating from an empty room, while another reported seeing the outline of a large feline figure on a thermal camera. Photographs taken inside the house often showed glowing orbs and shadowy shapes that defied explanation. Perhaps the most terrifying encounter happened in the 1970s when a group of university students decided to camp near the house, drawn by the legend of the black cat. Late into the night, they were startled awake by the sound of scratching against their tent. One of the students unzipped the flap and shone a flashlight into the darkness, only to find themselves face to face with the glowing eyes of the black cat. It let out a low, guttural growl before vanishing into thin air. The group fled, leaving their belongings behind. Today, Killicky House stands as a ruin, its once grand facade overtaken by ivy and time. Yet, the legend of the black cat endures. Hikers passing through the area report glimpses of a dark shape darting through the trees, or glowing eyes watching from the shadows.
Have you ever all thought that maybe it was more than one black cat, female and male, and that's why they were a little protective of their area, and now there's a whole lot of black cats running around the territory? And feral cats are nothing to mess with. I mean, I know a lot of wild cats, barn cats, I guess you'd call them, on farmyards. They're not real tame, they're not interested in people, but a feral cat's a whole other story. It is literally gone completely wild again and reverted back to its early predatory instincts of the feline species. So it's a miniature version of a lion, is what it makes me think of.
Claim that the cat's presence brings misfortune, marking those who see it with a curse that lingers long after they leave the property. For locals, the black cat of Killicky is more than just a ghost story. It's a warning. They say that to venture near the house after dark is to invite the cat's gaze, a gaze that sees beyond the physical and into your very soul. Whether the black cat is a demon, a restless spirit, or a manifestation of Ireland's dark folklore. One thing is certain. It leaves an impression that is impossible to forget. The vanishing hitchhiker of the N11. The N11, a major road stretching from Dublin to Wexford, is one of Ireland's...
I think there's a vanishing hitchhiker or vanishing person story in just about every single country that has roads. There's some creature, some being, some spirit, some evil, some ghost that haunts almost 90% of the roadways, I swear. Some are just more well known than others.
busiest routes, winding through scenic countryside and small villages. Yet, for decades, it has also been the site of one of Ireland's most unsettling urban legends, the vanishing hitchhiker. Drivers travelling late at night have reported picking up a mysterious woman on the roadside, only for her to disappear without a trace before reaching her destination. The legend dates back to the 1950s when the road was first modernised and motorists began using it more frequently. The first account came from a truck driver named Tom Barn, who was returning to Wexford after a late delivery. On a foggy night near the village of Arklow, Tom spotted a young woman standing on the roadside, dressed in a pale dress that seemed to shimmer in the moonlight. Thinking she might be stranded, he pulled over to order her a lift. The woman climbed into the passenger seat without a word, her face pale and her eyes downcast. Tom tried to make conversation, asking where she was headed, but she only murmured a single word: home. Her voice was soft, almost inaudible over the hum of the engine. Tom assumed she was in shock or distressed, so he let her sit in silence as he continued driving. As they approached the turnout for Wexford, Tom glanced to his right to ask if this was her stop. But the seat was empty. Startled, he pulled over, convinced she had somehow fallen out of the truck. But there was no sign of her. The door hadn't opened, and the roadside was deserted. Shaken, Tom continued on his way, but the memory of that night haunted him for years. Over time, similar stories began to surface. Each account followed a familiar pattern. A lone driver traveling the N11 at night would see a young woman by the roadside, always in a pale dress. She would accept a ride, sit silently in the passenger seat, and vanish without explanation before reaching her destination. The location of her disappearance varied, but it was always near Arklow or the surrounding countryside. One of the most chilling encounters happened in the 1970s when a young couple was driving home after a late-night wedding. They spotted the woman standing on the verge, her dress billowing in the wind. Concerned for her safety, they stopped and ordered her a ride. She climbed into the back seat, her head bowed and her hands clasped tightly in her lap. The couple asked where she was going, but she didn't respond. As they neared a bridge just outside Arklow, the car hit a bump, and the woman let out a soft gasp. The driver glanced in the rearview mirror to check on her, but the seat was empty. The couple pulled over, searching the road and the surrounding area, but there was no sign of her. When they recounted the story to locals, they were met with knowing nods and a chilling explanation. They had met the vanishing hitchhiker. Folklorists have linked the story to a tragic accident that occurred in the 1930s, when a young woman named Eileen Moore was killed in a collision near the same stretch of road. According to legend, Eileen had been on her way to a dance in Arklow when the car she was travelling in skidded over the road, killing her instantly. Some believe her restless spirit now wanders the N11, searching for a way to complete her journey. Skeptics dismiss the vanishing hitchhiker as a classic ghost story, a tale designed to keep people alert while driving at night. But for those who
makes sense.
her, the experience feels all too real. Drivers often describe the same details. The pale...
I swear there's an episode of this on a very popular TV show that was on a few years ago, Supernatural. And usually it's the same type of thing. It's almost always a woman and she just vanishes.
Pale dress, the downcast eyes, the oppressive silence in the car. Some even report feeling an inexplicable chill in the air as she enters the vehicle, as though the temperature drops in her presence. Paranormal investigators have attempted to capture evidence of the hitchhiker, but their findings are inconclusive. One team reported strange EMF readings near the bridge outside Arklow, while another claimed to have recorded a faint, disembodied voice saying, "home." Others have dismissed the legend as a case of overactive imaginations and the power of suggestion. Despite the skepticism, the vanishing hitchhiker continues to haunt the
Just sitting
N11.
for you real
Locals
quick.
warn against picking up strangers on the road at night,
And say if you
no
wanna
matter
hit
how desperate they
pause.
appear. For believers, the hitchhiker is a tragic figure, forever searching for a way to return home.
Okay,
For skeptics, she is a story that refuses to fade, a reminder that the line between reality and folklore is often blurred. To this day, drivers traveling the N11 after dark often glance nervously at the roadside, wondering if they'll see the pale figure waiting for her next ride. Whether a restless spirit or a cautionary tale, the vanishing hitchhiker remains one of Ireland's most enduring urban legends.
okay, folks. I'm gonna do a quick stop. Apparently, I have a little bit of a.
Microphone down to like 6. -6. Somewhere else. That's enough. Should be golden. You were just coming in loud. That microphone's more sensitive than I thought it was.
Okay. All right.
Oh, man.
Just to let y'all know, I got to do this anyway, so we're gonna do it right now since I stopped. Wake and Bake 507 is also a Twitch streamer. He is also my mentor, my audio guy, he does all the technical stuff. Anything that has to do with the computer stuff to get me online. I'm an idiot when it comes to this stuff. So he had to come in, make a quick adjustment for me, and now we're back to going. But I would like to give a shout out to him. Not only does he stream gameplay, he's done a few DJing ones, though his gameplay ones seem to be more fun or get more activity going. It's a lot of the old retro games, so some of us older people can actually enjoy watching him do them because we remember some of it. I also want to thank all my viewers out there. Please come on in. Lurk if you need to. I understand. It's a work day. And we'll get right back to these 7 Irish legends. And again, please go to Irish Ghost Stories if you like these. They have more on there. I just picked one of them. All sorts of different ones that you can go on and watch. Give them a like, follow, and share as well. Every video I do also has its own YouTube channel. Please give them some love. And please feel free to hit the follow, like, and share button on my channels anytime you get the chance. And we'll get back to the cursed chair of Listowel Hall. Please excuse me, my Irish, Gaelic, whatever that word is not there. I know that.
The cursed chair of Loftus Hall.
Oh, Loftus Hall.
Loftus Hall, perched on the rugged Hook Peninsula in County Wexford, is often called the most haunted house in Ireland. Its dark history is filled
I've
with
heard of it
tales of
before.
demonic encounters and restless spirits. While the house itself is infamous,
Doesn't it look almost more like a weird prison or old abandoned hospital-like place, sanatorium, something like that? Then I guess for an Irish castle stronghold, things like Loftus Hall was in its day, or whatever it was, they had to build things to last. Their weather is even worse than ours in some ways because they do have constant rainy days and stuff like that.
lesser known but equally chilling aspect of its lore is the cursed chair, an antique piece of furniture said to bring misfortune or death to anyone who dares to sit in it. The legend of the cursed chair dates back to the mid-18th century when Loftus Hall was owned by Charles Tottenham and his family. One stormy evening, a stranger arrived at the hall seeking shelter. He was welcomed in and invited to join the family in a game of cards. The night seemed ordinary until Lady Anne Tottenham dropped one of her cards and bent to pick it up. As she looked beneath the table, she reportedly saw that the stranger's feet were cloven hooves. Terrified, she screamed, and the man revealed his true form, a demon, before vanishing in a flash of fire. After that fateful night, Anne became withdrawn and fell into a deep despair. She spent the rest of her days confined to a single room in the house, sitting in a high-backed chair that soon became known as Anne's chair. Following her death, Stat reported that anyone who sat in the chair would experience a series of misfortunes. Some said they felt a heavy, oppressive presence pressing down on them, while others claimed to hear faint whispers or see shadowy figures in the corners of the room. One of the most infamous accounts came in the early 20th century, when a servant cleaning the room decided to rest in the chair. According to witnesses, she immediately turned pale and began muttering incoherently about burning eyes. She fled the room in tears and later fell gravely ill, passing away within the week. The chair was subsequently moved to an attic storage area, but reports of strange occurrences continued. During the 1970s, Loftus Hall was briefly opened to the public as a tourist attraction. Visitors drawn to its haunted reputation often asked to see the cursed chair. One man, skeptical of the legend, insisted on sitting in it despite warnings from the Stad. As he settled into the chair, he joked about summoning the devil. Moments later, he jumped up, clutching his chest, and collapsed to the floor. He survived, but claimed afterward that he had felt an icy hand grip his heart. He refused to discuss the incident further, visibly shaken whenever the subject came up. Paranormal investigators who visited Loftus Hall during its public tours attempted to test the legend of Anne's chair. One team brought specialized equipment to measure electromagnetic activity in the room. When they placed the equipment near the chair, it malfunctioned repeatedly, emitting strange beeping sounds and recording sudden spikes in energy. One investigator, who briefly sat in the chair, described feeling an overwhelming sense of dread and pressure on her chest, as if an unseen force were trying to crush her. To this day, the chair remains an object of fascination and fear. Visitors who pass through Loftus Hall are warned not to touch it, let alone sit in it. Those who ignore the warnings often regret their decision. One recent visitor claimed to have experienced a string of bad luck after sitting in the chair, including a sudden car breakdown, a lost job, and recurring nightmares of a shadowy figure watching her from the corner of a room. Folklorists believe that the curse of Anne's chair may be rooted in the collective guilt and superstition surrounding Loftus Hall's dark past. They argue that the legend serves as a
If she was that depressed and withdrawn and everything after being basically locked in that one room, I would think that that chair would carry some very oppressive aura that it's soaked in if she did that for so many years. I mean, I know it's an inanimate object, but even inanimate objects must suck up some sort of energy.
metaphor for the family's failure to protect Lady Anne from her tragic fate. Others insist that the chair is truly cursed, imbued with the residual energy of the demon who visited Loftus Hall that stormy night. Despite its terrifying reputation, Anne's chair remains in the house, untouched but ever present, a silent reminder of Loftus Hall's haunted legacy. For those who dare to visit, the chair is both a curiosity and a warning. Some stories are best left untold, and some seats are best left unoccupied. The Bleeding Stones of Clonmacnoise.
Ooh.
Clonmacnoise, nestled on the banks of the River Shannon in County Odiley, is one of Ireland's most significant early Christian sites. Established in the 6th century by St. Kieran, it was once a thriving monastic settlement, home to scholars, monks and pilgrims. Today, its crumbling ruins, ancient churches, towering round towers and intricate Celtic crosses stand as a haunting...
It's really, I wonder how much of this church is actually left, and or if it was really no more than just like a tiny sanctuary for individual prayer when you came to tend to the dead or whatever. I mean, someone took care of the grave sites. We still have people who do it today. I'd like to think some of them want a place to pray for all the souls they just disturbed while they were working.
Reminder of its storied past. But Clonmacnoise is also the setting of one of Ireland's most peculiar and chilling urban legends, the tale of the Bleeding Stones. The legend begins in the 12th century, during a period of great turmoil. According to local lore, a group of raiders descended upon the monastery, intent on plundering its treasures. The monks, desperate to protect their sacred relics, hid them within the walls of the cathedral. When the raiders arrived, they demanded to know the location of the treasure, threatening the monks with violence. The monks refused to speak, holding firm to their vows. Enraged, the raiders slaughtered them one by one, staining the stone floors with their blood. In the aftermath of the massacre, strange phenomena began to occur. Visitors to the cathedral reported seeing dark stains appearing on the stones, as if fresh blood had seeped through the cracks. Some claimed the stains pulsed like a beating heart, growing darker and wetter during times of prayer or mourning. Over the centuries, these bleeding stones became the subject of whispered tales and superstitions. It was said that the stones wept in memory of the fallen monks, mourning their sacrifice and the desecration of the holy site. In the 19th century, Clonmacnoise became a popular destination for antiquarians and early archaeologists. One such visitor, Sir Edmund Talbot, documented his experience in a now famous journal entry. He described stepping into the cathedral and immediately feeling an oppressive weight, as if the air itself bore witness to centuries of sorrow. As he examined the stone floor, he noticed a series of dark, irregular stains. Intrigued, he attempted to clean one of the stones, but no matter how hard he scrubbed, the stain would not fade. That night, Sir Edmund claimed to have dreamed of monks in white robes, standing silently in the cathedral, their faces solemn and accusing. More recently, paranormal investigators have visited Clonmacnoise in an attempt to explain the phenomenon. In the 1980s, a team conducted experiments on the stained stones, using ultraviolet light and chemical tests to determine if the marks were caused by natural mineral deposits or environmental factors. Their
Makes
findings
sense.
were inconclusive. One investigator
course.
reported seeing a faint red glow emanating from the stones during a midnight vigil, a phenomenon that could not be replicated under controlled conditions. Locals remain divided on the true nature of the bleeding stones. Some believe they are a divine sign, a physical manifestation of the monks' martyrdom, and a warning against desecrating sacred ground. Others dismiss the legend as a myth, a tale exaggerated over centuries to draw pilgrims and curious visitors. Yet even skeptics admit to feeling uneasy when standing in the cathedral, particularly near the darker stains. Many describe a sensation of being watched, or a sudden chill that cuts through even the warmest summer day. One of the most chilling stories associated with
Yes,
the
but
bleeding
in a
stones
stone
comes from a
village.
tourist who visited Clonmacnoise in the 1990s. As she wandered through the cathedral, she noticed one of the stones appeared wet, as though freshly stained. She reached out to touch it, and immediately felt a sharp, burning pain in her hand. When she pulled away, her palm was marked with a bright red streak that faded only after several hours. That night, she dreamed of a monk kneeling in prayer, his face streaked with tears of blood. She left Clonmacnoise the next day, vowing never to return. Folklorists argue that the bleeding stones are a powerful example of Ireland's rich tradition of blending history and mythology. The legend serves as a reminder of the violence that once threatened the sanctity of Clonmacnoise, elevating the site from a historical landmark to a place.
Yeah, in the United States, we have some incredible architecture, some vast churches, things like that. But I can only believe that you would feel closer to God in one of these more simple stone buildings than you would in any gilded cathedral on earth. For some reason, just this view right here, even I know it's a cemetery, I know it's an abandoned church and stuff like that, but doesn't it seem like the most peaceful place in the world? Whether it is or not, who knows? But I think I would, as a spirit, want to stick around here.
Place of reverence and awe. Others, however, insist that the stones hold a deeper mystery, one that cannot be easily explained or dismissed. Today, Clonmacnoise remains a popular tourist destination, drawing visitors from around the world. Many come for its historical significance, marveling at the intricate stone crosses and the serene beauty of the surrounding landscape. But for those who know the legend, the bleeding stones add an unsettling layer to the experience. To stand in the cathedral is to stand in a place where history and the supernatural converge, where the past bleeds through to the present in more ways than one. The Lady in White of Kinnity Castle.
Knew we'd have a lady in white. I just knew it. I just knew it. Sorry for yelling at y'all. But what scary stories can you not have, especially in all these castle ones, without the lady in white? Or the lady in red, or the lady in green, or the lady in blue. But a lady in white seems to be a huge... What? Why? I never got that. I never wear white. If someone sees me in white after my death, it's an impersonator. Because I can't, unless they decide they can wear white because it no longer gets dirty. But I gave up trying to wear too many white things because I just have too busy of a life. I can't afford it. As it is, tomorrow before the stream, me and my husband be going and picking up our bunnies. We raise rabbits. But we needed to do some work on our system where they lived because we wanted a much nicer area for them than we had last year. And we had to basically farm them out. My grandson, thank him very much because he's been supposedly taking care of them for me at his house, along with their own rabbits, because they too raise rabbits. And I haven't even got my garden in, folks, because it's been so dry and windy here that if I try to till it up, I'll just lose all my topsoil and seeds to the wind. So that's how bad our weather's been around here. They've had rain all around us, but where I live myself, it doesn't seem to want to fall. And I really don't want to pay city water prices to water my garden. I'm sorry, but it's really spendy and I don't want to do it. So we're going to get back to the Lady in White because that's what I was originally stopping for, is because I was excited. I finally see the Lady in White legend that I expected to see all through of this.
Nestled at the foot of the Slive Bloom Mountains in County Odely, Kinnity Castle is a striking Gothic revival manor steeped in history. Its imposing facade
Pretty cool.
and lush grounds have long attracted visitors seeking luxury and romance. However, beneath its grandeur lies a chilling legend that has cemented its place as one of Ireland's most haunted locations. The Lady in White, as she is known, is a spectral figure said to wander the castle's halls, her presence both eerie and sorrowful. The origins of the Lady in White date back to the early 1800s when Kinnity Castle served as a private residence for the wealthy Bernard family. According to legend, a young woman named Ailish worked as a maid in the castle. She was known for her beauty and her quiet, kind demeanour, often spending her free time tending to the gardens. Ailish fell in love with a stable hand named Connor, and their romance blossomed in secret, hidden from the prying eyes of the family. One fateful night, Lord Bernard discovered the couple in a stolen moment near the stables. Enraged by what he saw as a disgrace to his household, he ordered Connor to leave the estate immediately. Despite Ailish's tearful pleas, Connor was banished, and she was forbidden from leaving the castle grounds. Heartbroken and consumed by despair, Ailish disappeared a few nights later. Her body was found days afterward in the nearby woods, her white dress stained with blood and her wrists bound by a silk ribbon. After her death, rumours of strange occurrences began to spread. Soft sobbing was heard late at night, echoing through the empty hallways. Some claimed to see a figure in a white dress gliding silently across the grounds, her face obscured by a veil of the shadows. Over time, the Lady in White became a fixture of Kinnity Castle's haunted history. The castle transitioned into a hotel in the 20th century, and guests began reporting their own encounters with the ghostly figure. One honeymooning couple claimed to have seen a woman in white standing at...
Wonder if it's still there. If I ever got the chance That's the kind of hotel I'd want to go to, is an old castle turned hotel. I know I would love to see all the original castles, and I would like to spend a night in an original castle. But only one night and on a really nice night, because they did not have the greatest of heat systems and plumbing was non-existent. So I would much rather go to these modern hotels, and because I know they've at least put plumbing in and electricity, and I mean, it don't have to be perfect. It can still be more bed breakfast style, but I bet you it's incredible.
At the foot of their bed. The husband, thinking she was a member of Stad, called out to her, but she disappeared into thin air. They later learned that their room was said to be a favourite haunt of the Lady in White.
Well,
Another
that's
chilling
nice.
account came from a guest who was exploring the castle's library late at night. As she browsed the shelves, she felt an icy breeze pass by, though all the windows were closed. Turning, she saw a pale figure in white standing by the fireplace, her gaze fixed on something unseen. The guest froze, unable to speak, as the figure slowly turned and walked through the wall. Paranormal investigators have frequently visited Kinnitty Castle, hoping to uncover the truth behind the Lady in White. They have recorded cold spots, flickering lights, and unexplained whispers in areas associated with her presence. One team even captured an image of a faint, glowing figure near the stables where Ailish and Connor were last seen together. Locals believe that Ailish's
I got a question. Okay, they were last seen near the stables together, but come on. No one from this era is gonna know whereabouts in the stables. And the stables were not some tiny little room. Back then, they had to. I don't know how big of an army the castle would have, but they're guards and horsemen and the carriage horses for the and the hunters and whatever else these wealthy lairds and owners of this castle.
spirit lingers at Kinnitty Castle, searching for the love she lost and mourning the life stolen from her. Some say she appears only to those who are suturing heartbreak or loss, as if drawn to their pain. Others believe she is a guardian of the castle, her presence a reminder of its darker past. Skeptics dismiss the sightings as tricks of the mind or coincidences, pointing to the castle's Gothic architecture and atmospheric setting as likely culprits for its haunted reputation. But for those who have encountered the Lady in White, her presence feels all too real, a chilling blend of sorrow and serenity that defies explanation. Today, Kinnitty Castle remains a popular destination, drawing visitors from around the world who come for its historical charm and paranormal allure. Guests often wander the halls at night, hoping for a glimpse of the elusive Lady in White. Some leave disappointed, while others return with stories of soft whispers, fleeting shadows, and the unmistakable sense of being watched. For believers, the Lady in White is more than just a ghost. She is a symbol of love lost and the enduring power of memory. For skeptics, she is a tale woven from centuries of folklore and imagination. But for everyone who steps through the doors of Kinnitty Castle, the question lingers: what truly haunts these walls? The Screaming Banshee of Rossmore Forest. Rossmore Forest in County Monaghan is a picturesque haven for walkers and nature enthusiasts, with towering
I love that. I'm assuming that's what's left of a tree or rock. I mean, because it does look like those are all tree branches for the hair. So maybe someone sculpted that out of an actual. I mean, because only part of it looks or like this part looks like it might be bricked. I have no idea what that stuff is, but it's really cool.
trees, serene lakes, and meandering trails. Yet, as the sun dips below the horizon, this tranquil landscape transforms into a place of fear and foreboding. For centuries, locals have whispered about the screaming banshee of Rossmore, a spectral figure whose piercing cries are said to foretell death. The legend of the Banshee is deeply rooted in Irish folklore. Known as Bean Saida in Irish, she is believed to be a messenger from the other world, her wailing a harbinger of doom for those who hear it. While tales of banshees exist across Ireland, the one tied to Rossmore Forest is particularly chilling. The origins of the screaming banshee are linked to the Rossmore family, who once lived in the Grand Rossmore Castle that now lies in ruins within the forest. The castle, built in the early 19th century, was home to the family for generations. According to legend, the banshee became tied to the family after a tragic betrayal. The story goes that a servant girl named Moira fell in love with one of the Rossmore sons, a romance forbidden by their stark social divide.
I was going to say,
Despite
bad.
their secret meetings, the Adair was discovered, and the young man abandoned Moira to avoid scandal.
Of
Heartbroken,
course.
she wandered into the forest and drowned herself in one of its dark, still lakes. Her anguished spirit is said to have transformed into the screaming banshee, cursed to wail for the
Oh my
Rossmore family.
God, look at this setup here, folks. Because I'm assuming this is kind of a children's play area from the looks of it. But I don't know if you'd get me and my husband out of there. We'd be so busy checking it out ourselves, I'd feel like an idiot. I'm not exactly sure where the Rossmore Forest is in Ireland. I might have to look that up, though. Hopefully I don't hear no banshees, but the way they got this set up looks like it'd be an incredible place. I wonder if they're actually a campground type area for those of us humans who go camping. I don't know if do the Irish do camping? Do they do campouts? I don't know if there's any Irishmen here at any point, or anyone from Ireland. I shouldn't say Irishman. But if there's anyone from the islands that knows, do they have campgrounds and stuff in Ireland? I would like to hear.
Whenever death approaches. The first recorded sighting of the banshee occurred in the mid-1800s, when Lord Rossmore himself reported hearing an unearthly scream echoing through the forest one stormy night. The following morning, news arrived that his eldest son had died suddenly in Dublin. Since then, the banshee's scream has been heard on numerous occasions, each time followed by the death of a family member or someone closely connected to the estate. One of the most chilling accounts comes from a park ranger who patrolled Rossmore Forest in the 1980s. Late one evening, as he made his rounds, he heard what he described as a woman's scream, but not quite human, sharper, longer, and filled with despair. Thinking someone was in danger, he followed the sound to a clearing near the ruins of Rossmore Castle. As he approached, the scream abruptly stopped, and the forest fell eerily silent. Searching the area, he found no one, but the next morning, he learned that a distant relative of the Rossmore family had passed away during the night. Visitors to the forest have also reported strange encounters. Walkers have described hearing faint, mournful cries carried on the wind, growing louder the deeper they venture into the woods. Some have seen a figure cloaked in grey or white moving silently among the trees, only to vanish when approached. The most unsettling reports come from those who claim to have seen the banshee's face, gaunt, pale, and hollow-eyed, her mouth open in a silent scream. Paranormal investigators who have explored Rossmore Forest speak of unexplained cold spots and sudden feelings of dread, particularly near the lake where Moira is said to have ended her life.
I mean, folks, I don't know if this is meant to be the banshee, but to me, that looks like any number of our friends who went to let out a yell and just got a weird camera flare while we're out camping or something over the years.
An investigator recorded what she described as a faint wail on her audio equipment, though no one present at the time had heard it with their own ears.
Wonder if that's what's
Others have
left of the
captured
actual
fleeting,
castle.
shadowy figures on thermal cameras, adding to the forest's reputation as a paranormal hotspot. Despite the chilling tales, Rossmore Forest remains a popular destination for locals and tourists alike. Many come during the day to enjoy its natural beauty, but few dare to linger after sunset.
Okay.
Even those who scoff at the idea of the supernatural admit that the forest feels different at night, darker, heavier, and alive with an unseen presence. Folklorists believe the legend of the screaming banshee serves as a metaphor for loss and the weight of familial responsibility. They argue that the banshee's cries symbolize the enduring grief tied to the land and its history. But for those who have heard her scream, there is no doubt she is real, and her wailing is a sound they will never forget. To this day, the screaming banshee of Rossmore Forest remains one of Ireland's most enduring urban legends. Her presence...
Before they finish, how do we know it's not some... I mean, excuse me for doubting, but it's always a scream or shriek in the night. I have heard some crazy ass animal sounds at night. Different birds, death shrieks of animals who are caught by nocturnal predators. Even the sound of a baby raccoon dying is a ridiculous, horribly awful sound of a scream. And I recommend no one ever have to hear it, because I did once and it was really sad. But screaming banshee of Rossmore Forest. I don't understand the banshee thing, I guess, maybe. But apparently it is so well known as an omen of impending doom. So personally, I hope I never hear one, and I definitely hope I'm not related to this family in any way. I don't think I am, but hey.
This is a chilling reminder that some sorrows cannot be silenced and some spirits never find peace. For those who wander too far into the forest, her scream may be the last thing they hear before the shadows close in. The Phantom Bell Ringer of St. Machan's Church. In the heart of Dublin stands St. Machan's Church, an unassuming yet ancient...
Wow. Look at these high-rise here, with all the fancy stone and glass, and then we have a medieval church with the ancient, more cobbled brick. It's kind of starting to remind me more of the United States there, because we have a lot of that kind of stuff, where the Alamo down in Texas, of all things. It is definitely one of those places in which it looks out of place, even though it was there first. It really does. So, yes, I know I'm stopping a lot, but part of this thing is because I'm interested in architecture and unique things. It's not all about each of the stories, though I do love these phantom stories and stuff. But the reason I pick a lot of these odd ones like this from other countries is because I get to see the castles and the churches and cathedrals and all that kind of stuff.
Structure that has witnessed over 1,000 years of Irish history. Known for its eerie underground crypts filled with mummified remains, the church has long been a source of ghostly tales. Among its many legends, the most chilling is that of the Phantom Bell Ringer, a spectral figure said to haunt the church tower, forever tolling the bells for
Yeah,
those
you
who
see
dare
where
to
I'm coming
visit
from.
after dark. The story of the Phantom Bell Ringer originates in the 17th century, when the church's bell tower was newly constructed. At the time, the church employed a bell ringer named Thomas O'Malley, a quiet, devout man who took great pride in his work. He lived a modest life, climbing the tower's narrow spiral staircase each day to ring the bells for services, weddings, and funerals. But his peaceful existence came to a tragic end during a winter storm. According to the legend, Thomas was in the bell tower late one evening, rehearsing the tolling sequence for a prominent parishioner's funeral scheduled the next day. A fierce gale swept through Dublin, shaking the tower with violent gusts of wind. Thomas lost his footing on the slick stone floor, and as he reached for the rope, he fell to his death, his body crashing onto the stones below. From that day forward, strange occurrences began to plague St. Machan's Church. Parishioners reported hearing the bells tolling at odd hours, even when the ropes were untouched. On stormy nights, passers-by claimed to see a shadowy figure moving through the tower's windows, illuminated by flashes of lightning. The church staff dismissed these stories as rumours, but the legend of the phantom bell ringer grew. In the 19th century, a caretaker named Patrick Byrne decided to investigate the mysterious tolling. One night, as a storm howled through the city, Patrick climbed the bell tower with a lantern, determined to prove the bells were moving in the wind. As he reached the top, he was struck by a cold blast of air. Though the windows were closed, suddenly the bells began to toll, their deep, resonant chimes filling the tower. Patrick turned to see a shadowy figure gripping the rope, its form barely distinguishable in the dim light. Before he could move, the figure vanished, leaving the bells swinging and Patrick paralyzed with fear.
Okay, Patrick, hang on a second here. I'm trying to figure out why they keep showing these coffins and loose bones on top of the unopened crypts and stuff. I mean, were these something that were in their basement that's part of that church? And they're just to be able to talk about it, they got to put in information on it. I'm just curious because I thought I was morbid just doing ghost stories, but they're showing actual skeletons of people.
He fled the church and never returned to the tower. Since then, sightings of the phantom bell ringer have persisted. In the 1960s, a group of tourists visiting the crypts reported hearing faint bell tolls coming from the tower, though the bells had not been rung in years. One of the visitors, a young woman, claimed she saw a figure dressed in a dark cloak descending the staircase. When she called out, the figure disappeared into the shadows. The phenomenon has drawn paranormal investigators to St. Macon's Church, hoping to capture evidence of the bell ringer's presence. During one investigation, a team recorded unexplained sounds in the tower, including faint footsteps and the creaking of ropes. Thermal imaging cameras captured cold spots near the bells, resembling the shape of a human figure. One investigator, while ascending the staircase, reported feeling a sudden, intense chill and hearing the faint toll of a single bell. Locals believe the phantom bell ringer remains tied to the church because of his devotion to his duty in life.
Could it be not so much a phantom bell ringer as just, okay, I'm pushing here, I'm stretching, but because I'm dealing with the evil creatures, how about mice? Can they, a church like that, I'm sure, has rodents or something in it. An open belfry, there's got to be birds in there, right? At some point, I know they say they got windows, but for you to hear the bells, there's got to be openings. And it just makes me think that maybe other animals or something are hitting the bells just enough to make some sort of noise. Or is that just too mundane of an idea?
They say he continues to toll the bells as a guardian of the church, his restless spirit unable to leave the place he served so faithfully. Others claim his presence is a warning, urging visitors to respect the sanctity of the church and its crypts. For skeptics, the tolling bells are nothing more than the result of old mechanisms creaking in the wind. But for those who have heard the sound or glimpsed the shadowy figure, the experience is deeply unsettling. Even in the daylight, the bell tower has an oppressive atmosphere, its spiral staircase steeped in shadows and silence. Today, St. Macon's Church remains a popular attraction for tourists and history enthusiasts who come to explore its crypts and marvel at its ancient architecture. But for those who visit the bell tower, the legend of the phantom bell ringer lingers. Whether a devoted servant or a restless ghost, Thomas O'Malley's story is a chilling reminder of the thin line between life and death and the echoes that remain in the places we leave behind. Urban legends aren't just stories. They're reflections of our deepest fears, our history, and our need to explain the unexplainable. Ireland's rich tapestry of ghostly tales and chilling myths continues to capture the imagination, keeping the spirit of these legends alive. Whether you're a believer or a skeptic, one thing is certain. These stories leave an impression long after the lights go out. Thank you for joining us on this journey into Ireland's haunted heart. Until next time, keep your eyes open. You never know what might be waiting in the shadows.
Throughout history, it has been speculated.
Okay. Since I was on a whole ghost story thing here, I do have a second one. The demonic Zozo house in Oklahoma. The untold story. Now, I don't know that much about it, other than it's the Monroe house. And Zozo is apparently the demon, and I'm supposedly probably stupid for continually saying his name over and over and over again. But this comes from Mystery Archives. I have no idea. It's the first time I subscribed to him just because I wanted to see this particular story, and I'm hoping y'all like it too. But the untold story of the Monroe house, the demonic Zozo house in Oklahoma. Let's see what we got here. And then we'll go on to something a little bit different. We'll try to get away from ghost stories and stuff.
That many have been plagued by an ancient demonic force. From Mesopotamia to more modern times, this evil and terrifying entity has said to enter our world and wreak havoc upon those who dwell within it. When a seemingly normal family disregards the warnings and partakes in multiple Ouija board sessions, what happened next nearly destroyed them.
Now, I don't know about y'all, but every bad thing seems to come through seances and Ouija boards. So do me a favor, psychics out there, quit using seances unless you're a professional and you know how to close it down and keep the bad shit out. And number two, would you idiots quit using Ouija boards? Do you not think our world is not bad enough without you bringing out that stupid thing and bringing stuff back into this world we don't need? I mean, it's not very good now. We do not need to bring in bad demons, angry souls, or anything else. So leave the Ouija boards alone, idiots.
This is the untold story of the demonic Zozo house of Oklahoma and the abhorrent creature that stalks its walls.
I like their video editing on this one. I don't have the budget for that. Wake and Bake is awesome. I'm going to give him another shout out here. Wake and Bake 507 has his own Twitch stream where he games retro games. Go over, check him out, and play with him. Or play games with him, watch his games, things like that. But I don't have the budget, even though he might be my son, I don't have the budget to pay him for something like that, because to get that kind of fancy transitions and stuff, that takes some time and effort, and I don't want to take that much time and effort, because then I'd start having to pay. Not to be mean, just to be fair. Okay, so in case someone is just lurking and not actually watching, they've got a sign up says the following video contains information derived from first-hand accounts legends, and history. Draw your own conclusions, and whoever narrated this is not associated with anyone mentioned. All stories are for entertainment only. Well, alright, we'll have some entertainment.
Oklahoma City, a small but growing city in the heartland of America, known for blue-collar work and brick-and-mortar shops, red dirt, and sports, would soon become known for something much darker. A teenager by the name of Darren Evans was growing up here, a normal boy by all accounts, doing things that any teenagers would enjoy, hanging out with friends, shenanigans here and there, and dating girls. He began dating a girl named Brandy who attended school with him, and the two often found themselves visiting each other as often as they could, whether that was walking to and from school, in between classes, or visiting each other's homes. One day,
Normal
while
teenagers.
Brandy's home was having some plumbing work done on some pipes located underneath the house, the plumber doing the work would soon make a strange discovery. Located below the foundation of the home, covered in dirt, was an old Ouija board. The front letters were partially buried, and the back of the board was solid black in color. Off to the side of where the board was found was an aged planchette. What made this finding even more bizarre was that 4 old jars sat on the corners of the board, speckled with dirt as well. Thinking perhaps the kids had stashed the board away and forgot about it, the worker told the young couple after his work was done about what he had found. And it's from here that things seem...
Why does it seem like someone with some power maybe trapped something away in that Ouija board and had it safely encased until that dude unburied it?
take a darker turn. Upon
The
examining
idiots
the
used it.
discovery, they began to brush the dirt away from the jars. They were then shocked by what they found. Inside each one of the jars, sitting on the 4 corners of the board, were the decaying bodies of blackbirds, congealed blood
Ew.
and matter still present. Bewildered,
Well,
but
sealed in
intrigued,
jars, yeah.
they sat the jars off to the side and picked up the board. As soon as his fingers made contact with the board, Darren seemed to have an instant connection with it. And with this soon came a burning curiosity to examine it. And this curiosity would manifest into obsession. With this,
So why didn't it affect the plumber? Or is it because they were dumb enough to open up the jars and release whatever spell work was there? Hard to say.
the couple took the board inside the home, where they spoke with Brandy's mother. She actively practiced the Wiccan religion, but had no idea who could have put the board there. Several days later, curious as most teenagers are, Darren
Stupid.
was an avid music fan, and one night, after building up the courage to do it, he decided he was going to contact the deceased singer of the popular band AC/DC, a man named Ronald Belford Scott, using the board. Scott had passed away from alcohol poisoning in 1980. After lighting several candles, laying the board with letters facing towards him, and placing the planchette upon the board, he began his session. At first, nothing seemed to happen, but Darren was still feeling this otherworldly connection to something within the board itself. After trying for half an hour, to his shock and amazement, the planchette began to move. Slowly at first. It then frantically began to move by itself, moving from Z to O, Z to O, over and over and over again, spelling out the name Zozo. Shocked and unsure of what or who he had contacted, Darren said goodbye in an attempt to end the session. Before his eyes, he saw the planchette spell out, "See you in hell." And then it threw itself across the room. A now terrified and bewildered Darren ran out of his room and tried to make sense of what had just taken place. But this was just the beginning of what was to come. It started with horrible night terrors. He would wake up unable to move or speak and would hear whispering in his ears. These episodes at night were soon followed by banging and knocking throughout his house during the daytime, as well as a constant feeling as if he was being watched by something he couldn't see. But despite the presence he was feeling,
Folks nowadays think you're being watched. Check your video recordings. Almost everything's got a way to watch you now.
Darren now sought answers to his ever-growing list of questions, just what exactly he had uncovered. So, he continued to hold sessions with the board, for better or for worse. Darren would later quote this: "The sessions now were as intense and paranormal as anything I've ever witnessed. A deep and terrible moaning could be heard emanating through the walls after these sessions. I developed sleep paralysis and became reclusive to society in general. I was once again messing with Zozo and Ouija boards, despite the terrors of my earlier sessions, in which I had promised myself I would never do it again. But again and again, I did."
That just sounds
When not in
stupid to
use,
me.
the board was kept in a purple silk cloth and stored in his bedroom closet. It would also often go missing, sometimes for days on end. When checking back where he had placed it in order to set up and initiate a new session, the board would seemingly vanish, only to reappear at random times, as if it was the one calling the shots of when it could be seen and used. The years came and went, and the sessions on the mystical Ouija board continued. Darren, by this time, started inviting his friends to partake in the sessions, and although their sessions with him would prove he's not insane, it's of little consolation considering the tragedy they would seemingly manifest later on. Darren's best friend was a man by the name of Randy. The two had bonded over their love for the band AC/DC in high school and had been inseparable ever since. Randy's idol also being the late Bon Scott, whose lifestyle seemingly imprinted upon the youthful teens once upon a time, and perhaps would ultimately lead to the downfall of one of them. By now, Darren was living in his own apartment and working construction. At a job site he was on, he would make a strange but familiar discovery. As he was digging down into the earth, he found what appeared to be a jar. Upon picking it up to discard it, he wiped away the dirt and debris, only to be shocked by its familiar contents. Lo and behold, within the jar was a congealed and rotting blackbird, extremely similar, if not identical, to the ones initially found alongside the Ouija board underneath his high school girlfriend's home all those years ago. It was particularly weird, not just because of this, but the fact that he had found it, digging down deep into the earth. He wondered, what were the odds of this? And although he had no way of knowing for sure, his gut began to tell him that there was some kind of witchcraft or occult expertise at play here. Perhaps someone or a group of people were knowingly contacting this entity known as Zozo, but for what remained to be known. One evening in 1985, Darren and Randy were relaxing at Darren's apartment when they decided to host a session on the Ouija board. Randy, more than anything, wanted to try and make contact with his late idol, Bon Scott. While wearing a Highway to Hell AC/DC shirt, Randy's intent was clear. The two dimmed the lights, lit a couple of candles, and began the session upon the board. They made contact within a few minutes. Once the planchette was moving, Randy exclaimed, "We want to talk to Bon Scott of AC/DC." With this sentence, the planchette seemingly obliged. It moved in circles, eventually spelling out AYEMATE. The two looked at each other in amazement. The entity was using Australian dialects. And for anyone who doesn't know, Bon Scott was Australian. After several more questions, both of the young men were convinced they were speaking with their idol. The spirit seemed to know every little detail to any question they asked. And during the session, the entity then made a strange request from the men. It asked them to light a cigarette and place it in the hole in the planchette. What proceeded to make both of them laugh also made them quite spooked as well. So they lit a couple cigarettes, one for each of them, and one for this entity. They took a few drags to keep it lit, and then placed it cherry side up in the planchette hole. The planchette then spelled out thanks. They then watched in utter amazement as the cherry of the cigarette lit up, as if Bon himself was taking puffs off of it. But this amusement was short-lived. Once the cigarette had seemingly been smoked, the planchette began to spell something very different. It spelled, "F you, Randy. I will have your soul, and I'll see you in hell. ZO. ZO." Terrified, the men quickly ended the session by saying goodbye and tossing the board outside the second-story apartment balcony door. Clearly scared and upset, Randy also didn't take kindly to threats. He began cussing out Zozo with complete and utter rage. The board would later be returned by his downstairs neighbor. And after this session, a series of lows for both of the men seemed to manifest in the years to come. Influenced by the lifestyle of his idol, Randy fell victim to alcoholism. He soon would lose his wife to divorce and have split custody with his son. And although many opportunities presented themselves for Randy to better his life, for one reason or another, he was always just too far away to be able to grasp them. He often said to Darren, "I feel like I'm in a prison, and I can't escape." For old time's sake, the two did one last Ouija board session together in 2005, in which Randy asked the board how he would die. The board responded, "In a car, at night, alone." In 2007, after spending the evening with Darren, the last words he would say to him were, "Darren, I will see you in hell." The next morning, Darren received a phone call from Randy's girlfriend, Alicia, saying that Randy never made it home after he left. Instead, he had passed away in a violent head-on collision, ultimately passing away in a car at night and alone. This devastating passing along.
Okay, now, did he do it on purpose? Was this like a suicide then? Excuse my language, I know that's a terrible word. Did he delete himself in a collision? Because I know I'm going to get demonetized for, or get yelled at or banned for some of these words. Forgive me.
Along with the frequent contact with the entity known as Zozo over the years, led to a fascination and borderline obsession with a search for answers for Darren Evans. During the time before and after Randy's death, he had been living in a home in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, that would become synonymous with the demon's name. It was here that the worst afflictions brought on by the entity would take place to him and his family. Darren's fascination with the occult led him to hanging on to and possessing multiple Ouija boards and other various occult objects. It was here that he began to study on a much more in-depth and organized basis, just trying to figure out who or what Zozo was. But this research would soon be interrupted. In this home lived himself, his wife Kathleen, and their young daughter at the time. During a session with his wife Kathleen one evening, while their daughter slept rooms away, Zozo would once again make itself present in their lives, but this time seemed to take possession of Darren. Kathleen trembled with fear and bated breath as something stared at her through Darren's eyes. Something that clearly wasn't human. He then turned violent, attempting to attack her. Fortunately for Kathleen, she was able to say goodbye and get away before any harm could be done to her. Several minutes later, Darren would come back to himself with no memory of what had taken place. After this session, things seemed to escalate.
What
in
you think,
intensity.
dummies?
Sounds began to wrap throughout the entire home, from knocking to hissing, footsteps and banging, all seemingly with no explainable origin. The family got so terrified that they sectioned off a particular bedroom upstairs, calling it their safe room. One night, however, not everyone was within the safe room. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of terror creeped upon Darren as he was trying to sleep. He rushed to the safe room to attempt to stop what he was feeling, but quickly realizing he couldn't leave his family behind, he rushed back out of the room in an attempt to gather them and bring them to safety as well. As he was heading towards the stairs, his daughter had heard his cries and was now at the foot of the stairs. It was here that Darren saw her being lifted by invisible hands into the air and carried away from him. Screaming for his child as she screamed for her father, Darren ran down the stairs as fast as he possibly could, but couldn't see her anywhere in sight. He then heard her muffled screams coming from the basement. At first, the door was locked and wouldn't open, but after adrenaline and brute force, Darren thankfully was able to open it. He then retrieved his hysterical child and brought her to the safety of the safe room. Once inside the room, the family huddled together in fear as they continued to hear movement and noise.
I don't know about you all, but at that moment, a safe room is not safe enough. My ass would have gone dead center in the middle of the biggest church I could find and ask every pastor, priest, whatever, I don't care what denomination they were from, to come join me in the middle there, and they can stand around the outside of me and protect me from whatever the hell that is. But I sure as hell wouldn't have stayed in the house.
Noises all throughout the house. After this abhorrent nightmare of a situation, the family knew they had to get out of the house. This situation and the many other paranormal experiences had led to a lifelong fascination for Darren Evans with the occult, and finding out just exactly what Zozo is. But was it worth jeopardizing his family's safety? It took some time, but the family would soon relocate to another home. And once his family was safe, Darren was able to continue his deep dive into the unknown to try and track down and decipher just what this entity could be
Stupid.
and where it came from. And although he knew the topic was vast, I think it went far deeper than he ever anticipated. Whilst trying to dig up more information, he posted his experiences to an old paranormal forum in 2009. And since then, many people have shared their experiences with a demonic force, many of which have been documented and compared by Darren himself on his website. But these experiences are not just a 21st or even 20th century phenomenon. They date back far older than that. Not every fine detail will be mentioned here, but I will do my best to list the most important details that I could find in regards to the origin of Zozo, according to Darren and other online sources.
Remember,
Zozo,
online sources.
in the Old Basque language, means blackbird or crow. The Zo people of Haiti practiced a form of voodoo whose rituals involve horrific scarification, as well as the intake and passing around of bodily fluids and bizarre rituals. Their
Okay.
witch doctors are called Zozo and wear demonic-looking masks. As part of their death ritual, when someone is passing away, they lift up the mask at the moment of death to take in the person's final breath. This is apparently done to absorb the soul of the person to gain more spiritual power.
Okay.
Zozo, also in the Malay language, is the same as it is in English, but it translates to wandering spirit, which is a spirit they believe to steal people's souls while they sleep, which is also bizarre because sleep is often considered the cousin of death. Zozo
Yeah.
has been called the minister of deception. It is known to convince you that it is a deceased loved one or friend, or even someone you've idolized, when in reality, it's not. Sessions typically start out friendly and inviting,
Well, of
but soon
course.
turn malevolent and dangerous. During his research over the years, Darren made contact with and spoke to famous demonologist John Zaffis, who shared with him that in his experience of over 40 years of studying the demonic and paranormal, the name Zozo and other pseudonyms of its name kept coming up in his investigations, which too led him to seek answers as to what it could be. In some of those investigations, when questioned, the demon stated that it was the son of Satan himself. But Zaffis thinks, perhaps as with many deities that seem to be lurking in the shadows, Zozo could be an entity that's existed far before the founding of Christianity. Besides evidence showing up in Africa and Egypt, there's also evidence found linking Zozo to ancient Mesopotamia as well. Other names Zozo has gone by throughout the ages have been Zuzu, Zaza, and Mama, among many others. The name Zuzu could refer to Pazuzu, the famed demon from the film The Exorcist, which in reality was a demonic entity from ancient Mesopotamian religion. It's incredibly strange to note the following as well. Zozo was replaced in the story of the exorcism of Roland Doe when Peter Blatty was using it as inspiration to write The Exorcist. He changed Zozo to Pazuzu. Zozo is believed to be the demon that possessed Roland. It was described as a terrifying form that first appeared in the Neo-Assyrian period, roughly around 934 to 610 BC. It had a monstrous head resembling a fierce lion, or a dog with horns, and had an emaciated human body with clawed hands, a scorpion's tail, and 2 sets of wings.
Okay.
One translation reads, I am Pazuzu, the son of Hanbu, king of the Lilu demons. I have scaled the powerful mountains. They trembled. The contrary winds were headed west. One by one, I broke their wings. Pazuzu and other demons like it were held responsible for ailments like disease, fetal death, nightmares, and much more.
Okay.
Could it be that this ancient demonic force is what could be plaguing people all the way into modern times?
Why not?
The demon Zozo is also mentioned in the French demonic encyclopedia as one of the demons responsible for diabolical possession and corruption. The possession of a young girl in 1816 is noted as a documented case where Zozo, among several other demons, were present. Other noteworthy possession cases over the ages, ranging closer to modern times, that bear Zozo's name, other than the exorcism of Roland Doe in the 1950s, are the possession of Doris Blither in 1972 in Los Angeles, the Enfield poltergeist incident in 1977 in the UK, and as recent as 2012, where a possession incident led to an attempted murder. Other theories with how this entity could communicate with so many people so quickly and across the globe over the years, besides supernatural ability of its own, would be that its own reach is perhaps being strengthened by an egregore, or a collective group of thought form created by occultists for a certain purpose. However, this seems unlikely considering the entity doesn't seem to serve any human interest, other than to destroy the person or people's lives it makes contact with. Egregores are typically formed to bring control over a summoned deity for the person or group's bidding. But perhaps instead there is a cult worshipping Zozo. I mean, that would make more sense to me. People who have made contact with the entity via a spirit or Ouija board have also been asked to chant or spell out phrases in Hebrew or Latin, which has convinced many of the intelligence of the being that they're speaking with. What is also interesting is that the letter Z was actually removed from the original Latin alphabet because it was considered too evil when pronouncing it. It was said that one's face would make a death's grimace, like that of a corpse, and that it mimicked the letter S, like an evil twin. Perhaps the entity uses this name as some sort of mocking, whether to God or something else. One may also ask, despite the origin theories and historical details that could be linked to this ancient demonic force, how would one know if they encountered such a thing? These are what's known as Zozo's calling cards when it's being summoned using a Ouija board. The obvious is there that the planchette will begin to move on its own, but some less obvious signs are there as well, and are as follows. The planchette will move in a rainbow pattern from side to side, spelling Z-O, Z-O, over and over again, also known as the rainbow effect. It can also move in repeating figure 8 movements, like an infinity sign. The planchette will spell out various versions of the demon's name, like Zozo, Zoso, Zaza, Zuzu, or Mama. You may also begin to see shadows moving around the area where you are hosting the session, like you're seeing through the thinnest sheet into a dark world that exists just behind your vision.
No thanks.
And you and whoever you may be with may start to feel scared, uneasy, or upset, seemingly for no other reason. before or after this takes place.
You know, y'all, we've been given instincts for a reason. You feel that? You should end this shit because you know something bad is about to happen. Trust your freaking instincts, people.
When you tell this entity goodbye, typically the best way to close a session, it may not truly be goodbye, because oftentimes, depending on how long the session has been for, like an ever-widening door, the entity may have had just enough time to sneak in to begin to wreak havoc upon your life. And thus begins what many demonologists and religious leaders alike call demonic obsession, which is where the entity becomes aware of you and begins to crave you, which then leads to oppression, or begins to inflict various forms of torture upon you in an effort to break you down, whether that's physically, psychologically, or spiritually. It will also work to isolate you from others, especially those who care about you. And finally, if you're incredibly unlucky, possession, where the entity finally takes control of you as its vessel. All of which to me are absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, I was
in
going to say
every
the same.
imaginable way. Darren Evans to this day continues to research the Zozo phenomenon,
Well, see, then you're
having been
stupid.
involved in a number of paranormal investigations, shows, and various other public and private events, as well as radio shows and podcasts, many of which he goes into various degrees of details regarding his encounters, other people's encounters, and other various historical details. He also in 2016 compiled his year's worth of research and experiences into a book, also titled The Zozo Phenomena, which you can read and learn more about the entity and the topic as a whole if you're interested.
Nope,
I'll link it below.
not a chance.
I also pulled a lot of this information from various interviews.
Not for me,
Which
anyway.
I'll also be linking below, as well as an older website he runs that doesn't seem to have been updated in a while, but supplied me with much information to get the story as cohesive as I possibly could. I also sourced the photos of the apparitions from this site,
Yeah, I don't
some of
really
which were taken by Evans himself over the years.
know what he's seeing there
So does this
except for
demon or ancient
blobs.
force truly exist? Is it some kind of elder god, a pre-Christian deity or being, or manifestation of occult or Luciferian practices? Did Darren Evans just make it up? And did thousands of people find it interesting enough to make up their own stories and partake in a mass charade that has lasted years? All of these answers may never truly be known, but my opinion is this. I think, not only given the wide array of strange coincidences and details throughout history, from the origins to the stories of this creature existing in distant past to the present, to literally thousands of people, from casual interest in the occult to more hardcore fanatics, religious scholars, demonologists, and more, claiming to have had experiences with this thing. With all of these details in mind, I certainly think it very well could be real. I do think there are things that exist in the shadows,
Yeah,
things we can't see or touch, but that are there,
definitely.
watching and waiting to strike when and if the opportunity presents itself. So my advice to all of you, to avoid any possibility of opening a door that you can't close and inviting evil into your life, is this: don't mess with Ouija boards.
See,
These things are not toys.
I love
Whether
it.
you believe
Thank
it or
you.
not, these entities do exist, and they believe in you. So keep away from them, because you might just let something in that won't want to leave, even if you say goodbye. Thank you all so much for watching. Please do me a huge favor and hit the like button if you enjoyed the video. Comment your thoughts below to help us out in the algorithm. and subscribe with notifications if you're new here. With all that out of the way, I did just want to say a few words before we reach the end of the year. 2022 has had a wide range of ups and downs for me. Thankfully, more ups than downs. But I couldn't have done any of this without each and every one of you. I've read a ton of comments and have had many conversations with many of you over this last year, and many of the time when I was feeling down or discouraged. And those interactions always helped me power through and make it through the days, weeks, and months when I truly needed.
Sorry. Okay, well, that one little weird, but at least the guy agreed with me. Keep your hands off of those things. Don't mess with them. Life will be much, much better for us all. Now, after all this more serious, ghostly kind of stuff, I decided to have some fun. So, my next one comes from Ginger Cat. Please go like and subscribe to her. It's all funny animal videos, and I literally found a 30-minute video of funniest animal videos of 2025 to blow your mind. And I figured they gotta be funny, so it'll give us something to laugh at instead of having to serious up on everything. And then after a good half-hour laugh, we can go back to like some history or something. But yeah, feel free to give her some love, like and subscribe to the channel. You'll be able to see it if you go back and look on the screen. That's all be there. And let's watch some funny animal videos. Oh, okay. Starts right out with kangaroo. Oh. See, now that one's not funny. That is not funny. That will piss you off, because I've had my dog steal our food before, different ones at different times. Believe me, that's not funny. That's evil. That just reminds me of the times my own animals have done it and made me angry. But at least I see I'm not the only one who has dogs who can't keep their paws or their teeth off of things they don't belong to. Alright, I love it. That bunny's hilarious.
Wherever this pole dancer is, she can show off her top-notch skills.
Okay, what is that? Lemur?
Press this boy's power button and the most passionate butt-shaking performance will be shown.
Little hedgehog there. No, he's going after mice or something. He ain't as scary as you think.
No
Oh,
matter how
Kitty
brilliant
just
a
stole the
researcher
ball.
You are, you cannot study this kitty brain.
Don't know what the cats do on, but... Poor dude.
As a responsible citizen, this monkey's glad to help people solve problems.
That's kind of cool. Uh-oh. Yep. Ooh, oh, Dad just got angry.
It looks like this doggy has two invisible eyes attached to his butt. When your child never wastes anything.
I bet you just ate this. And that doggy just peed on the camera. Oh no.
Shush. 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 Shut up. Shut up.
Yeah, hit the button. Doggo's not only a friend, but also the rescuer that humans have always longed for.
Dude. Oh. Oh, yeah, baby. You little.
Yay. Aw. That cat's gonna talk that right off
Can you
of
guess
there.
what the cat's thinking?
Oh, I gotta go back to that because I've had asshole cats myself. And mine would have never gave up the M&Ms. They'd have been gone before he got away with them. But yeah, I've had cats that would have pulled this shit.
Can you guess
They're
what the cat's
deliberate,
thinking?
and you're stupid if you think you can outdo a cat in evil.
Life does not. Oh my god. Oh, y'all just gonna give me hell. Tank, y'all ready to take a bath?
Maybe this kangaroo needs a training partner for his upcoming boxing match.
I think the cat's a little heavy. Oh. All
There's a
right.
kind boy who wants to help return this ball to its owner.
Como el perro barra brava, no existe el perro barra brava.
That kind of looks like a mastiff and my hound dog, except my hound's bigger than that beagle.
This is definitely the only cashier who can lie on the desk to work.
Ко мне бегом. Дорога. Молодец.
Have you ever seen a giant donut that can run? Nothing's impossible with Kitty. Kitty must be practicing pushing a baby carriage if his mama has a new one.
Oops.
Arden, what is that?
Oh, look at this stupid cat getting into the fish tank or whatever. Oops. A bear
The
and
stroll
a
is not the one
pig.
with the big
Not.
belly, but the one with the big love.
I think you picked the wrong pen to try and get into, buddy. You want out of that place. Oh, that's mean, poor dog. How the hell?
Able to pursue his crush, Doggy's willing to move to a new environment.
Okay, really? A dog in a tree. Unreal. Okay, I can picture having a cat do that easily. They're insane like that.
What are you doing?
Me? Just hanging around.
I'd say you got stuck and that's why you got help back over.
You stupid door. Open it for me right now. I need to get out. Can you hear me? never know when disaster will strike, especially as you've got a furry little sidekick.
Oh, yeah, you got a Yorkie, they'll hit you with just about any little thing. They love to shake their toys.
To the children, the witch is the scariest. To him, his cat is scarier.
You know, that's a good place to stop for a second, but I have a Mastiff, and she's huge now, but when she was younger, and still huge, mind ya, she's seen her first baby kitten, and she literally hopped up onto a table to get away from it, almost like the elephant and mouse theory. And yes, we will definitely go back and show Puppy having himself a good slide. Like, hey, careful, slippery out there. Oh my god, I thought it was a pig.
Gago, gago, kagid. Kalinit si mo.
Oh, don't go mess with the goats.
When your bestie's a doggo, the trash can cause a war. Someone must be stealing this boy's sausage in his dream. What a scary thing.
Oh, he's about gonna go over the edge. Oh no. Little guy's thinking he's all that. I think that dog has to go out desperately, people. Oh my god. That's disgusting.
Oh, my God, he's so cute. Oh, you're so cute. Oh, you're so cute. You see what?
Oh god. Okay, at the first I thought it was a statue, but
This was probably the first time the horses knew that ghosts could have 4 legs like them.
Ziggy, stop! Stop me running! That's scared me!
all right. I take it that's some sort of turtle haven. I think he stole somebody's glasses and Nick didn't dare get them back.
These glasses suit my face perfectly. This will be mine.
I was really starting to wonder where my other dog was.
Somehow someone looks a little too comfortable. Yep, I knew it.
He doesn't need to go to the park to play adventure games because a basin's enough.
Okay, kind of a dumb. Okay, that kitty's gonna say screw you quickly.
His persistence is admirable, as he won't let this cup of tea in peace.
Let me just drink it.
I think you gotta feel it
If the
that
puppy
time.
decides to want it, he has to get it.
Yeah, those little guys can hang on pretty good.
Shake. Shake. Pig. Shake.
See, cry, cry and cry. That's all a child can do.
Chat.
The floor was cold, so the dog decided to retreat to a place with a carpet.
Smart dog. Oh, I knew that was happening.
Hello everyone, this is your daily news of internet.
The worst part is we had a dog for a long time that went absolutely crazy when a particular TV show came on. And it wasn't just the intro. I mean, it was Dirty Jobs, so of course the montage intro got her interested because there was rats and everything on it, so that would get her excited. But this dog absolutely loved Micro. Every time she heard his voice on TV, she'd just sit there and stare at the TV for hours, or for as long as the show was on.
No need for ski equipment. Doggy can still show off his top skiing skills.
I think somebody wants something. And somebody else is going, shut the hell up. Okay.
Do Superman, do Superman, do Superman.
Oh my god, my mouth turned into a mouse's mouth. What witch did this?
I love when he's sitting there with the ball in his mouth like, I can make it squeak.
You want a treat? Come here.
I take his foot out.
Wake up, man. Why are you sleeping for so long? It's time to go out.
Damn. Okay.
Short legs can't stop this lady from chasing the love of her life.
I think she might be just a little bit, looks like she's more mad at him, not loving him.
Seagull body language showing lack of trust. You see these arms? Yeah, they carry the weight of this entire ecosystem, says the lemur. Probably.
All right.
When your employee is an OCD horse, you never have to worry about him doing his job half-heartedly. Goat, I'm the captain now. Tortoise, cool, but we're still going at tortoise speed. Kitty wants to make friends, but turtles are introverts and be like...
My name is Maximus Decimus Meridius.
My name is Jeff.
They're like little dinosaurs, all cute and clumsy.
Yeah, I personally think it's okay, the cat didn't like that particular tune. Oh!
What does that look mean? You want to be the boss? Don't dream about it.
He's like, what? This stuff is good.
Wendogo was extremely curious why the cow could eat grass every day. In his previous life, this kitty must have been a bat who loved to hang out every day.
I was gonna say a monkey or something in his previous life. Now I got up there, don't know how to get down. Oops.
What if Human and her friends were all Harry Potter fans? The kind chicken probably just wanted to free his friend who was locked in there.
Are you mad? It's just you. Hold on. Don't hurt yourself. Don't hurt yourself. Don't hurt yourself. Don't hurt yourself. Don't hurt yourself.
Yeah, don't mess with a donkey no matter how vicious you think you are. Those little burrows are evil.
Come here, Pee-Pee. Yeah.
His eyes were only on Mama, no longer concerned with anything else.
Ooh.
It's like oops, oops.
When Mama changed her makeup layout today and he thought she was a kidnapper. When Doggo doesn't want to waste water on a car he doesn't like.
I think he's looking for his favorite tree that disappeared in there somewhere.
This must have been a shock that Benny could never get over.
Bang.
Am.
No matter how busy he is, Sheba still prioritizes washing his own feet.
Speak. Louder. Speak. That's not speak. Speak. Oh my god. God, speak. No. Speak. No.
I wish
louder.
my dogs were as quiet. Oh, there's someone taking out a golf club. Yeah, dumb cat.
This cat must have been treated to lots of delicious treats at the neighbor's house.
Yeah, that's something a kitten to do. That would be painful. I felt sorry for that kitty. I got a feeling this door is gonna be gone soon.
Silly Pup thinks his ball's trapped in another dimension.
Amor, mira ahí, bebé, ahí ve. Al frente tuyo. ¿No la ves? La ves en el espejo.
Just but I see it here. Oh, there's a cat that's yep, had enough of his buddy. Like it's wet down there and I don't want to go down there. I just don't know how to get out of there.
This chill guy probably doesn't know that he's the reason why so many people are late today.
Oh. Oh no. Sorry
Afraid
about
his
that,
human would be
folks.
bored, he wanted to create troubles for her to clean up.
Accidentally hit a button. What it is about those birds? I've never had any of my own, but I cleaned house for people who had them. And yes, they were messy. They just loved to throw their food around and talk back to you. In fact, I used to call him an SOB, and the owner and my client goes, SOB, and I go, yeah, son of a bird. That's what he was to me. So let's get back to another 10 minutes of funniest animal vids.
I'm just gonna scooch in right here if you don't mind. Shh. We've been trying to contact you regarding your car's extended warranty.
This goat's like saying, you think I'm scared? A queen is never scared.
Oh, that's a hell of a combo. Kitty, you could get
These two
screwed
opponents
on that
carefully
one in the
observed each other before fighting.
Better work. Stop.
Oh, who would do that to those guys? That's horrible. I almost feel that for the cat and hamster thing, because, yeah, we had cats that when we kids were younger, that had when we had hamsters as well, and those little devils caused all sorts of trouble.
You can't tell me raccoons don't have inner children who love to play with bubbles.
You have a smooth brain. No ridges or lumps.
Gotta dance to the music, people.
All ideas slide right off. Take a water slide. Smooth brain. Smooth.
When Kitty's arm's the best weapon to catch the enemy.
Look at this.
Okay, I'd be pissed if I found my dog in the fridge.
How Kitty keeps himself from catching a cold in winter. Without thousands of spectators to witness, this player still showed his talent with the most enthusiasm.
Get it, Sis.
Are you okay, Mom?
Fun fact, if you stop a fat corgi mid-stair climb, they get stuck.
Upstairs. Wait, upstairs. Upstairs.
Comfy.
When a corgi doesn't want thieves to see his supplies.
Yeah, treat's gotta be in there, you know, man. Oh, someone just got a haircut or a blow dry.
Get back here! Get back here! Give me that.
He stole the bone.
Oh my god! Did you get a piece? Get back!
If you're friends with this dog,
Okay.
you're basically a furry footstool.
I'd have been a little more worried about that, but that balloon's history. Alright, don't know what the hell that's about.
What are you doing? Come on.
When this kangaroo must make you wonder when it will return to his planet.
Do you mind if I get past?
This warrior probably had to return to base to continue fighting his enemies.
I needed a break, man. That's evil. Just a head or belly.
This cow never
Hey, Olivia,
expected that
I
he
know
would
you're
meet his
Chinese.
twin brother.
What do you want for supper?
Yes.
Go.
Would you quit yelling in my ear?
I'm not trying to. Just trying to figure out what you want for supper.
You. My camera's up here.
I'm just here
Oh,
for the
sorry.
snacks and
I
cuddles
apologize.
vibe.
I'm out of here. See you later.
Thank you. Now is my beloved sweet husband asking me what I wanted for supper because he's being sweet enough to make something for us. So, after sound like I was kicking him out, and I was, just let you know he's appreciated much more than it sounded like. There's always one.
А тут тебя встречают. Парень сам включил пылесос. Убирается. Молодец, мам, весь дом дома, весь день дома нет, а ты прибираешь.
You just don't want to get hoovered up. Come on, give him poor guy a break. Oh, ice on the water, yeah?
When the crows needed to sow coats for the coming winter, the horse became their material.
I'd say more along the lines of spring nests, but... Who keeps ducks in the house? My family. My daughter-in-law actually has had ducks in her house because she does raise some, and she had some new babies she kept in for warmth. Okay.
This talented fashion designer can totally make a holiday outfit herself.
All right. Yes, that's one way to... Okay, so the horse is playing with the wild elk.
That corgi's having an absolute blast in that leaf pile.
They're eating the
dogs, the people that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country.
Even when drinking water, the pair must demonstrate their one-of-a-kind spirit of unity.
He didn't want any. He didn't feel there should be any blocks in his. He's waiting for someone to come get him. He says, well, if you're standing here, get me, pet me. Give me a treat, something.
Through
Irish urban legends.
Okay, so what do we think of these ones so far, folks? I think they're wonderful. Oh, I don't know if y'all are hearing it, but we just got a nice loud crack of thunder out here. And it's actually kind of interesting. Now, I told you after we did that, we go to some other weird things. How about... Okay, this works. Mr. Ballin. I don't know if y'all ever watched his YouTube channel, but he has always got something uniquely weird and interesting. And right now, well, actually, this is an older one that I found. And that's why I'm bringing it up, because it's Russian naval blunders are stranger than fiction. Now, being from the US, I am not a Russian friend, but any military naval blunders, as long as it did not cause too many deaths, are usually kind of funny, or at least very interesting. And I figured stranger than fiction, that just seemed like too good to pass up. So, like I said, if you get a chance, go over to Mr. Ballin. Give him a like, follow, share, whatever you feel comfortable with. Because if you enjoy this content and see how maybe you want to watch it without my interruptions at some point. And he's got a lot of newer content as well. But Russian naval blunders that are stranger than fiction, told to us by Mr. Ballin. We gotta watch it. What else are we gonna do today, right, folks? Looks like it's gonna storm. Yeah, got a good rainstorm starting outside for me. So I'll be in the house the rest of the day.
No matter how absurd this story gets, just remember, it's true. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you come to the right channel, because that's all we do, and we upload 3 or 4 times every week. So if that's of interest to you,
and like I said, this is an older one, so you might even check their newer ones.
And then when they finally cave, and they do give it to you, immediately post it on Facebook with the caption, "Here's my chocolate chip cookie recipe." Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's story. Around the turn of the 20th century, Russia and Japan got into a dispute over who should be in control of Korea and China. Looking to avoid an armed conflict, the Japanese sent the Russians a deal that came with reasonable concessions on both sides. But the Russians didn't like it, they rejected the deal, and they countered with a pretty unreasonable deal that came with lots of concessions for Japan and not so many for Russia. And so Japan rejected that deal and then promptly launched a devastating surprise attack on the Russian Navy stationed at Fort Arthur in China. This attack would officially start the one-year-long Russo-Japanese War. The Russians knew they would need to send a replacement naval fleet up to Fort Arthur to reclaim it from the Japanese, but unfortunately, the attack at Fort Arthur had totally wiped out all of Russia's best sailors and all their best ships, putting Russia at a major disadvantage to start this war. And so as Russians are wondering what they're going to do next, the Russian Emperor, Tsar Nicholas II, authorizes an unbelievable mission. He orders the Russian Baltic Fleet to set sail from their harbor in northern Europe and sail 18,000 miles around the world to Japan, where they will defeat the Japanese and then reclaim Fort Arthur. The fact that none of the Baltic Fleet ships were designed to sail that far of a distance, or that there were
Excuse me for that quick disappearance, folks, but with the rain starting all of a sudden, I shut the window next to my bed a little bit to make sure that my bed didn't get wet. Hope the other members of my family do the same, if they have one open.
There were literally 0 refueling points along their massive projected path was considered largely inconsequential and ignored. What was also considered inconsequential was how absurdly unqualified the Baltic crew was. The sailors were mostly illiterate peasants that did not grow up on the coasts, and so they showed up for military training with no seafaring skills. And then after their military training, they still had no seafaring skills because the Baltic Fleet's harbor was frozen solid almost year-round. But the Tsar believed the man he had put in charge of this crew, Admiral Rojesvenski, would make up for their deficiencies. And this belief was not unwarranted. Admiral Rojesvenski was the best Russian officer that had not been killed in that Japan surprise attack.
I can understand that, but yet you need some people who know how to do stuff.
He didn't care who you were. If you were doing something he didn't like, he was going to beat the crap out of you. Literally. And when he was told he was going to be in charge of this fairly inexperienced crew, he was certain his rough style would whip these Baltic boys into shape and they would be very successful. But when he laid eyes on the Baltic Fleet, he realized this was going to be a little bit more challenging than he realized. In addition to being less than satisfied with his fighting crew, he was equally dissatisfied with the 2 senior officers that were assigned to be his direct support. And he immediately gave them nicknames, and he would only refer to them by their nicknames, right to their face. The first one was the Manure Sack, and the other was a vast empty space. As for the Baltic Fleet's 45 ships, they were terrible. Because this unit never went out on the ocean because their harbor was always frozen, Russia didn't waste their good ships on them.
I was gonna say, they probably had
really old, obsolete warships, and then non-military ships like ferries and yachts that they just slapped random guns onto. They also had ships that the Baltic Fleet crew enthusiastically called futuristic, which were these ships that came out of Russia briefly copying French engineering, which involved these crazy top-heavy ships that sat so low in the water that their lowest rung of weapons, their cannons that poked out the windows at the bottom of the ship, they didn't work because they sat under the water permanently. But regardless of their shortfalls, the Baltic Fleet was what Rojesvenski had been dealt, and so he had to just get them moving if they were going to win the war. And so on October 16th, 1904, Admiral Rojesvenski ordered all of his men to take their positions in all of their ships, and they set sail. And immediately, 30 seconds into their trip, the lead ship ran aground, and another ship lost its anchor, even though it should not have been casting its anchor to begin with. And so while one ship is trying to refloat, and the other is trying to find its anchor in the ocean, a third ship comes along and broadsides a fourth ship. And it does so much damage to this fourth ship, that ship had to go back home. But once they overcame these initial obstacles, the Baltic Fleet, that now numbered 44 ships, made it out of the harbor without any more issues, and then set sail for the narrow waters between Denmark and Sweden. As they drew closer, Manursak informed Rojesvenski that there might be an issue, that he had heard rumblings amongst the crew that they believed Japanese torpedo boats were stationed off the coast of Denmark waiting for them to get there. Rojesvenski told Manursak that that was impossible. The Japanese torpedo boats did not have the capabilities to sail 18,000 miles to Denmark, and even if they did have the ability to do that, they could not have gotten there in such a short period of time. But Manursak told Rojesvenski that unfortunately, even though logically that makes sense, this rumor had spread all across the crew. And so Rojesvenski began sending out messages to all the other ships, telling them there are no Japanese torpedo boats waiting for us off the coast of Denmark. Everybody just needs to calm down. And these messages did appear to work at first, because eventually another rumor began to circulate, one that Rojesvenski was not really aware of as it was happening, and that was that the crew began to believe there was a huge minefield underneath them. Everywhere they went, there was a minefield. And everybody got so worked up about it that it made its way back to a lot of the captains actually piloting the different ships. And at some point, the pilots just began doing these evasive maneuvers, and Rojesvenski's looking around wondering what they're doing, and they began crashing into each other, trying to avoid this minefield. When Rojesvenski finally figured out what was going on, he sent out even more messages telling them that there's no minefield under us. It's totally safe. Everybody just needs to calm down. And so it took Rojesvenski going out on deck and firing shots into the air to finally get people to stop believing they were on top of a minefield. But just a couple of hours later, after Rojesvenski had gone back up to the bridge and was just looking out, surveying his fleet as they carried on towards Denmark and Sweden, when all of a sudden, towards the very front of his fleet, he heard this unbelievable barrage of cannon fire. One of his own ships was engaging something out in front of the fleet, but Rojesvenski was too far away to see what it was, and then a message came through from the attacking ship, whose name was Kamchatka, and they said they were surrounded on all sides by at least 8 Japanese torpedo boats. And so Rojesvenski runs out onto the deck, looking out towards the horizon, expecting to see these 8 Japanese ships, but he doesn't. And then all of a sudden, the shooting just completely stops and it's silent. And then Rojesvenski notices on his right side, a small little fishing boat is making its way right up alongside his. It would turn out Kamchatka, the attacking ship, had confused this little unarmed Russian fishing ship with 8 Japanese torpedo boats and had opened fire. But luckily, even though they fired hundreds and hundreds of rounds at this little boat, none of them hit the boat. And so the fishermen were fine. And the fishermen had actually been sent to the boat specifically by Tsar Nicholas II to tell Rojesvenski that he had been promoted. And so Rojesvenski apologizes to the fishermen for having shot at them hundreds and hundreds of times, and they said it was okay, and the fishermen carried on. After Rojesvenski chewed out the crew of the Kamchatka, the rest of the Baltic fleet gathered up, and they continued towards the narrow waters between Denmark and Sweden. When they got close, a Danish resupply ship came out to meet them to give them fuel and food and water, and the Baltic fleet mistook them for a Japanese torpedo boat, causing them to ram them repeatedly. And then they realized their mistake, but at that point, they had done severe damage to the resupply ship, who had to immediately turn around and go back to shore. After that, the Baltic fleet did manage to get past Denmark and Sweden, and they made it out to the North Sea. But as soon as they got out there was trouble. One of the captains of the ships that was towards the front of the Baltic fleet's formation spotted 4 Japanese torpedo boats coming right at them. And so this ship, along with 6 others, immediately just began engaging these 4 ships with everything they had. Cannons, big guns, small guns, everything. It was absolute chaos from the front of this formation. And the amount of gunfire that was going off towards the front caused the rest of the ships that were not part of the attack to begin to panic. And the other ship captains began ramming into each other to try to get away from this attack. And so while that's going on, all the crew members on all the ships begin drawing their swords and running around, expecting the Japanese to board them at any moment. And the others that did not draw their swords put on life jackets and laid down on their back on the deck of the ship, believing that was procedure for how to survive a sinking ship. And so for the next 20 minutes, it was just continuous gunfire coming from the front of their formation. One of the attacking attacking ships sent a message back to Rojesvenski that said they had been hit by a torpedo and they were taking heavy fire and it was just absolute bedlam up there. And then all of a sudden, it just totally stopped. And when the smoke cleared, Rojesvenski and his ship had been able to maneuver up a little bit closer and they could see what they were shooting at. And it would turn out, once again, it was a case of mistaken identity. They were not being attacked by Japanese torpedo boats. They had spotted 4 small British fishing boats. And in the chaos of the gunfight, the Baltic fleet had inadvertently begun to fire at each other, killing several crew members and badly damaging their ships in the process. As for the British fishermen, only one of their boats actually sunk, despite the fact that the Baltic fleet had fired thousands and thousands of rounds at them, and they had been stationary the entire time. The Russian Tsar immediately apologized to Britain, but the British media went crazy and the British people called for war, believing that this type of attack could not possibly be an accident. But Russian diplomats leveled with the British and said, no, this really was an accident. And eventually they convinced them, avoiding starting yet another war. Rojesvenski and his Baltic fleet were allowed to continue in their journey, and after a couple of weeks, they were getting close to Africa when one of his ships, the Kamchatka, the same ship that believed they were surrounded by 8 Japanese torpedo boats, they got separated from the main fleet and got lost. And so Rojesvenski and the other officers did what they could to try to locate them, but nobody had seen where they went, and there wasn't great technology to try to locate them. And so unfortunately, Rojesvenski and the Baltic fleet just had to continue on and hope that at some point the lost ship would find them again. A few days later, the main body arrived in Tangier, and lo and behold, Kamchatka showed up. And they informed Rojesvenski that they had gotten lost, and they didn't really have a good answer for that. But once they were lost, they managed to engage 3 separate Japanese torpedo boats. But it would turn out they were not Japanese torpedo boats. They were in fact a German, a Swedish, and a French fishing boat, but none of Kamchatka's rounds actually impacted any of the 3 vessels, and so 3 more wars were averted. And so now that Rojesvenski had his lost ship back, he gathered up his full Baltic fleet, and they left Tangier. But on their way out, one of the ships managed to cut the underwater telegraph line to Tangier, cutting off Tangier's communication with Europe for the next 4 days. By now, the Baltic fleet was very low on coal, but they had a planned rendezvous with a German resupply ship off the coast of West Africa. When they got there, the crew decided they didn't want to do another resupply later on, and so let's just take double coal this time. And so they hauled all this extra coal onto their ships, despite not having a place for it, and so naturally they
that
began
just sounds like it's going to be really bad.
Basically anywhere there was space. And what that did is it led to a fine layer of coal dust all over everything in the ship. And that, combined with the intense humidity off the coast of Africa, led to this black coal gunk getting trapped inside of all of the sailors' lungs, which began killing several of them. A couple weeks later, as they rounded the southern tip of Africa, it finally rained on them, washing away a lot of that coal dust on their ships, which was a big relief. But the rain turned into a pretty bad storm, and so Rojesvenski decided he just wanted all of his ships to call in and say they were okay. And so one by one, each of the ships were told to message him saying the words, "We are okay." And so one by one, each of the ships did this until it got to Kamchatka's turn.
Of course.
And they accidentally sent the message, "Do you see Japanese torpedo boats?" And of course, this message spread like wildfire across the entire crew, which led to mass hysteria, and Rojesvenski's trying to send out messages to say, no, there's no Japanese torpedo boats, but it's too late. The other captains are panicking, and they're ramming into each other and firing blindly into the wind. From that point forward, every night, Rojesvenski would go up onto the bow of his ship, and he would scream obscenities at Kamchatka. When the Baltic fleet finally made it to Madagascar, the morale amongst the crew was very low.
Imagine
so when
that.
they docked in Madagascar, the crew decided it would be a good idea to boost their morale by buying some pets to bring back on board the ship with them. And the pets they decided to bring back were crocodiles and poisonous snakes. When their handlers smuggled them back on board their ship, they immediately escaped down into the bowels of the ship. When they went looking for them, they couldn't find them because the ships were in such bad shape. There were all sorts of cracks and holes all over the interior for these animals to escape to. And so the men just had to accept there were very dangerous predators just living on their ship with them. And so most men were unable to sleep at night in fear of being attacked by these animals, which led a number of them to go for real insane. And so the pets idea didn't really boost morale amongst the Baltic.
I have to admit, It wouldn't take any nights of not being able to sleep. If I knew there were crocodiles and poisonous snakes on the same ship with me loose, I'd go insane right on the spot, and every one of their handlers, once they caught these things and threw them overboard, would be thrown overboard with them.
Fleet, and so one of the officers decided he would take another crack at boosting spirits. And so he went to a vendor in Madagascar and he purchased 2,000 of their finest cigarettes to bring back on board. So he brings them back on board, he hands them all out, and everyone's so thankful. But it turns out those cigarettes were laced with enormous amounts of opium, which led to hundreds of the crew members becoming hopelessly addicted to opium. Also in Madagascar, these sailors picked up dozens of diseases that...
Man, that's some like of the unluckiest Russian fleet, or the stupidest. It's really hard to tell. I mean, it's so far back in time. They did start out in bad shape, being given the crappiest boats and stuff, and a non-trained crew, or a non-military sea crew. But good Lord, there's only 5 minutes left in here, and I can't imagine how much more stupidity those old-time Russian seamen could have concocted. But we are about to find out.
That began wiping them out in droves. During one funeral for a crew member, the Kamchatka asked if they could fire a salute with blank rounds. They were given permission, but they accidentally fired live rounds into the ship right next to them. When Rojaspensky and the rest of the Baltic Fleet finally left Madagascar, their only refrigerator on board one of their ships broke, which spoiled all of their meat, tons and tons of meat. And so they began throwing it overboard, which attracted hundreds and hundreds of sharks, which circled their ships for the rest of their journey. Rojaspensky desperately wanted to find a way to somehow train the remainder of the Baltic Fleet how to be somewhat militarily competent. And so he decided he would make them all do target practice, because that had been a big issue on this trip so far. And so he got some sharks, attach a long line that was connected to a target in the water, and that ship would pull the target along, and the other ships would take shots at the target. And so all of the ships on Rojaspensky's call began firing at this target, and after thousands and thousands of rounds, they didn't hit the target once. However, they managed to continuously shoot the ship that was pulling the target. For Rojaspensky, this was the final straw. He felt like he could do absolutely nothing to make the Baltic Fleet an actual military force. And so he sent a message back to the Tsar and said, "You got to replace me. I need to resign, and somebody else needs to come in and take over." And the Tsar said, "No, this is your fleet." And so begrudgingly, Rojaspensky continued on leading the Baltic Fleet until they finally, after 7 total months on the sea, were within striking distance of their target in Japan. The night before, as they prepared for their attack, they went into stealth mode, where all the ships killed all of their lights. So they're totally dark, with the exception of their hospital ship. That kept their lights on. This was considered a rule of war at the time, which both sides abided by. And so while the Baltic Fleet was sitting out in the waters outside of Japan, a small fishing boat began coming towards them. Now, the fishing boat could only see the lit-up hospital ship. They could not see the 43 other darkened ships. And so a crew member on board this hospital ship came up to the railing, and he recognized the fishing boat was actually a Russian fishing boat. And so he waved them down, and when the Russian fishermen came outside, the crew member told him, "You got to stop, because there's 43 ships behind me that have their lights off. Do not go this way, go around." And so the Russian fisherman thanked him and turned around and went on his merry way. Except that wasn't a Russian fisherman, it was a Japanese sailor on board a Japanese torpedo boat. And now they knew exactly where the Baltic Fleet was.
Were these guys, I think our military in the United States is trained before they use live rounds on anything of what it is they're firing at. I think they have to be able to identify these ships before they can start actually shooting at them. Not just the type of ship, but whose ship as far as country-wise.
And so that night, the Japanese Navy completely surrounded the Baltic Fleet, and then the next day at daybreak, they launched their attack. It was called the Battle of Tsushima, and it was obscenely lopsided. The Japanese Navy completely wiped out the Baltic Fleet, killing 4,000 of their crew members and capturing 7,300 others, which included Rojesvenski, who had been badly wounded in the battle, but he would survive. In contrast, the Japanese only had 100 casualties. This victory for Japan really marked the end of the war for Russia, and shortly after the Battle of Tsushima, the Russians agreed to surrender. So that's gonna do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's episode, let us know in the comments what it is and where you found it, so give us the timestamp, and if you're the first to do that, we will pin you at the top of the comments section. If you enjoyed today's
video of Mr. Valen, go over to his area. He's got quite a few different ones, and I think you'll like them. So, that was either the most unluckiest naval fleet, besides being everything else about it that went wrong. I mean, it's not, I don't believe it was their commander nearly as much as it was anyone else. So, what do we think next, right, folks? Okay. This is one I've been wanting to watch and haven't had a chance. Proveglia Island, the world's most lied about place. Now, I don't know anything.
On the night between the 16th and the 17th of July 2016.
No. Now, this is called Places, but there are many other ones here that he has that are incredibly interesting. This is Simon Whistler. He does Brain Blaze, and I don't know how many others. I'm not even going to try and name them all. And while he does not think reaction videos to people's other content is good, first of all, I want to know he is a legend. He'll say it himself at some point, maybe, but I believe he is legend as far as his writers coming up with the greatest content and the most interesting stuff in the world to learn about. And it varies so much depending on his different channels. So go check out Simon Whistler. Give him like, give him share, follow, whatever it is his channels need. And the only reason I am doing this one is because I don't seem, between my real job and me trying to develop this and dealing with outside world things, I don't have a lot of time to create my real content and do a lot of historical research. And at 60 years old, I don't have the ability to go online and check out resources to figure out which ones are legit and which ones are just something some idiot put up there. So I kind of want to watch this one, and I do want to give him all the props, him and his team, because they do such a wonderful job on all their channels before I even start. And then I want to get into this place and learn about this. So we got about 27 minutes, and I don't even know what the place is. It just has got me intrigued. So
The fire brigade in Venice, Italy, had to urgently dispatch one of their boats to rescue a group of 5 young American tourists. The unfortunate 20-year-olds had spent the night stranded on a small deserted island in the Venetian lagoon. In a state of shock and unable to return to the mainland, they'd been screaming for help until a sailing boat took notice of their plight. Enticed by the morbid accounts published by news outlets worldwide, the 5 tourists had decided to experience the thrill of hunting for ghosts on that tiny patch of land covered in overgrown vegetation and decaying buildings. The American tourists were only a few among those who believed in the dark legend of Pavia, described by The Times as, quote, the world's most haunted island. For today's exploration, we're going to be travelling to the Venetian Lagoon, a body of water which separates the city of Venice, northeastern Italy, from the Adriatic Sea. The island...
Okay, so that answered my first question. It's which doesn't totally, I mean, the wording kind of gave me some hint, but cool. And now I at least have an overview. Thank you, Simon, because I've seen a lot on this and never watched that. Even the overview is informative.
Of Pavia lies in the southern end of the lagoon, less than half a kilometre from the shores of the Lido, a narrow strip of land which houses the district of Malamocco, once an independent port town. Seen from above, Pavia actually appears as a set of 3 islets, with a shape vaguely resembling that of a fan or a Wi-Fi symbol if you want a more modern equivalent. Only the central body is the historical island of Pavia, while the southern and northern bodies are artificial additions built in the 16th and 19th centuries respectively. The central body has a surface of 7.5 hectares, which is equivalent to about 14 American football fields. That's 10.5 when converted to European football fields. Fascinating facts. Amidst the thick, pervasive undergrowth, one can find the ruins of 11 buildings, such as the distinctive bell tower or an undeniably creepy hospital. The island is owned by the Italian government and can only be visited after requesting a specific permit. Pavia, in fact, is actually rife with danger. According to reputable sources such as The Times, The Guardian, and Italy's Corriere della Sera, the island's alleged dark past and supernatural entities may have driven residents and visitors insane, but Italian authorities are actually more concerned about substantial perils such as loose masonry crushing your ghost-hunting skull. And that takes us to a key question. How and why did Pavia gain its reputation as a location infested by ghosts and the ever-lingering presence of death? While most searches for the world's most haunted places will return Pavia as a high-ranking entry featuring highlights of its disturbing history. So, why don't we take a look at some of those alleged historical facts? Well, according to a regional edition of the Corriere della Sera, during the times of the Roman Empire, the tiny island was used as a lazaretto, that's an Italian word indicating a hospital to confine those who've been infected with the bubonic plague. This claim, however, can be easily debunked. The concept of a lazaretto or plague hospital was invented by the Venetians themselves only in the 15th century, long after the fall of the Western Roman Empire. Moreover, historical records confirm that Pavia was first inhabited and built upon only in the 9th century AD. Most accounts on Pavia, however, establish a strong correlation between this land and the plague epidemics which ravaged the most serene Republic of Venice as the city and its...
So, were there, before it was a hospital, could there possibly been small huts or something where people with illnesses like that were dropped off to survive or not to survive? I mean, they lived in a world where they didn't have a lot of choices.
Territories were known in the past. Now, to summarize these histories, either during the second sweep of the Black Death in the late 14th century or during a later outbreak in the 15th, the Republic of Venice decided to use Pavia as a location to quarantine its infected citizens. These patients never left the island. After their death, they were cremated and their ashes were buried there. According to at least one account, patients might actually even have been burned alive. It's alleged that 160,000 plague victims found their death on that tiny surface, totaling 10 to 14 football fields, depending on your favourite sport. The natural consequence is that more than half of the soil on Pavia is made up of cremated cadavers. These facts alone could certainly explain why ghostly activity has been consistently reported on the island, and when I say consistently, I mean since the early 2000s, the golden age of blogs, when several ghost hunting sites started to mention Pavia. These accounts added another element to increase the creep factor. Apparently, in 1922, Venetian authorities built a psychiatric asylum on Pavia. According to rumours, the deranged director of the institution conducted either lobotomies or gruesome experiments on his patients, leading to their death. According to another version, he straight out, quote, tortured and killed many of his patients, butchering them horribly. Eventually, the unnamed doctor plunged to his own death from Purveyor's bell tower. He was either killed or committed suicide, haunted by visions of his victims. Somehow, this hospital remained in business for decades before being shut down in 1968. Then, an unspecified family bought the entire island. After months of terror, plagued by visions of ghosts and, quote, frightening otherworldly presences, the family quickly sold the island. Purveyor's reputation was then consolidated in 2009 when American TV show Ghost Adventures visited the island to investigate its
they're
unlikely
horrible,
presences.
though.
The popularity
Excuse
of
me,
those
guys,
episodes
but-
sparked the whirlwind of haunting accounts which are perpetuated to this day. In one of the episodes filmed on Purveyor, the lead paranormal investigator, Zach Baggins, is seen gripping a ladder inside the abandoned hospital. He then explains, "This leads up to the bell tower. This doctor that was treating the patients here went mad and butchered his patients. Shortly thereafter, this doctor unexplainably climbed this exact same ladder and then jumped to his death." And we ask ourselves, was it more of a paranormal murder? Baggins is later seen being overcome by intense, unpleasant feelings, becoming aggressive towards his crew members, apparently possessed by some sort of demonic entity.
He's kind of
no
a-
wonder then that such intense, impactful experiences led to Purveyor's popularity and its rise in ghost hunting tourism. But you might have noticed a common thread about these stories. The details are very vague, the sources are non-existent, the claims are sensationalistic. Take the claim stating that 160,000 plague victims were at one time confined on Purveyor. They were either left to die there and then cremated or even burned alive. It appears that no one has questioned that number of 160,000. The average death rate of the bubonic plague pandemics in Italy was between 30 and 40%. An infected number of 160,000 would put Venice's population in the 14th century somewhere around 480,000. The city's population never breached the 200,000 mark, so the entire claim already sounds a bit suspicious. And, well, how
Unless
about
it's
that
going
tale of
over
the sun?
time.
Zach Baggins, while gripping a ladder in Purveyor, states that it was the exact same
No.
ladder. One wonders, how did he know this? Was there a plaque commemorating the event and location? But we'll further dismantle those stories a little bit later on. What matters now to us is to tell the true history of Purveyor,
Yeah.
which may not be as dark and lurid as portrayed by paranormal investigators, but it still features its fair share of intrigue, war, and engineering marvels.
Well,
to
cool.
reconstruct the true story of a place, the most
Well, that's great. Now we're getting rid of all the stupid stuff. Now, hopefully, he'll tell us the real part of this place.
obvious choice is to sift through local archives and records. Due to geographical limitations and lack of digitized material, this was not an easy task for us. Luckily, we came across the work of two local legends, archaeologist Paola Soffermani and researcher David Bassato. If you're lucky enough to speak Italian, we highly recommend their book Purveyor, The Islands at the Origins of Venice. We thank them for their efforts in setting the record straight for this small and beautiful island, and we hope that this video will help to amplify their message to the English-speaking world. Now, the island of Purveyor was first settled in the mid-9th century AD. Before then, it was just one of the numerous tiny islets peppering the Venetian lagoon. There are two origin stories on how the island was first inhabited. According to one version, in the year 845, the city of Verona entered a conflict with the peoples living on the shores of Lake Garda. The Republic of Venice sided with Verona, securing a crushing victory. In gratitude, the Veronese gifted the ruler of the Republic, the Doge Pietro Tradonico, with a contingent of war prisoners. The Doge resettled them on Purveyor, thus setting in motion the history of this tiny patch of land. According to another version, the first settlers disembarked in Purveyor in the year 864. At that time, Doge Tradonico's son and co-regent died, accelerating a conspiracy of aristocrats to oust the ruler from power. A group of 4 noblemen ambushed Tradonico as he was walking out of mass, overpowered his bodyguards, and stabbed him to death. The Doge's loyal servants locked themselves in his palace and staged a fierce resistance against the treasonous families. Eventually, the besiegers offered to parley. If the loyalists agreed to lay down their weapons, they would be peacefully relocated to an island all of their own. And you guessed it, that island was Purveyor. The loyalists settled on the island and received numerous perks, such as the privilege to produce and sell wine and salt, hopefully not mixed together. They were also allowed to return to Venice to sell fish, but only once a month. According to this second version, the original community soon thrived thanks to their vineyards and salt works, and several buildings sprouted on Purveyor. The island then reappears in official records exactly 3 centuries later in May 1163. A court document of the time notes how Poveglia was overseen by a Gastald, or stew, an administrator with judiciary, civil, and military powers. The record also infers that, at the time, at least part of the salt works had deteriorated into swampy grounds, but the inhabitants still managed to make a living out of them by using them as fishing and hunting grounds. Skipping ahead another couple of centuries, in 1334, the tiny island was struck by disaster, a raging fire which destroyed 63 houses, leaving some 80 families homeless. The record of this tragedy is important, as it gives us an indication to the size of Poveglia's population. The demographic and economic growth of the islands may have prompted the Venetian council to decree that Poveglia would be administered by a podesta, a position which held more power and prestige than a Gastald. On December the 30th, 1339, the appointment went to Pietro Lando, who held jurisdiction over a territory extending beyond the shores of Poveglia. 2 years later, official records note how Lando's budget for Poveglia was as much as the budget granted to the rest of the territories under his management, an indication of the importance of this land. Lando's budget and salary were well deserved, as he had a tough task ahead. He was in charge of representing the Republic's government, administering justice as well as fighting the eternal enemy of the Venetians, erosion and periodical flooding inflicted by the tides on the flat terrain of the region. Moreover, in the second half of the 14th century, Poveglia became one of the main entry points into Venice. Thus, Lando and his successors were tasked with collecting taxes from traders and cracking down on wine smugglers. In September 1375, the Venetian government imposed for all merchants caught without the necessary trading permits to make a stop in Poveglia, where they could pay a fee and obtain their paperwork. So, now let's take a breather and reflect on what these records tell us. They tell us that Poveglia was quite an important place for Venice's lifeline maritime trade, and they take great care of noting the local podesta's duties and budget. And yet, there is no mention of the catastrophe which engulfed Venice, Italy, Europe, Asia, and Africa, the Black Death. This pandemic of bubonic and septicemic plague reached Venice in 1348. Allegedly, Poveglia was designated as a place where the infected were left to die in the tens of thousands, and yet no official record mentions Poveglia during the dark years of the Black Death. The overall death toll in Venice amounted to some 40,000 victims out of a population of 110,000. A terrifying ratio, absolutely. But again, no records attest whether any of those unfortunate souls died or were buried on Poveglia. Nevertheless, Poveglia would not be spared the ravages meted out by another horseman of the apocalypse: war. For centuries, Venice had vied for dominion of the Mediterranean against the three other maritime republics present on the...
Okay. Well, he's just stating facts, so that makes sense. I can't really think that that place was left untouched by the plague. I just assume its numbers were added to all of the other ones around there, or at least to that one governing bodies just covering a basic area. I know the record keeping was usually pretty good in seaport areas, but like I said, they dealt with constant flooding, and then of course we're going to learn about wars, so there could be a heck of a lot of the history, or at least documented history, that's been wiped out. And like I said, I love that Simon's not theorizing like I am. That's what I want to do. I like to make more, or think about the theories of why some of these things could have happened, or points made that are interesting.
Italian peninsula, Amalfi, Pisa, and Genoa. In 1378, the Genoese went on the attack, dispatching 50 ships under Admiral Pietro Doria. The commander secured the alliance of the city, Padua, some 40 kilometers west of Venice. Doria's allies conquered the port of Chioggia at the southern end of the Venetian lagoon. This was a perfect staging ground to launch the final assault. With the enemy's ships at the gates, the Venetians' hopes lay with Admiral Vettor Pisani, who devised a cunning tactic. Pisani ordered for some large ships to be placed at the access points of the lagoon. Some were sunk, others manned with crossbowmen. In any case, the Genoese were trapped, cut off from their supply lines. The invaders retreated first to Malamarco, then to Chioggia, where they surrendered in June of 1380. Before leaving, however, the Genoese troops laid waste to Poveglia, destroying every building save for the Church of San Vitale. The surviving inhabitants of Poveglia were now homeless and were thus forcibly relocated to Venice in the Dorsoduro district. This was the beginning of a very long exile. In 1390, the displaced families petitioned the Doge and the council, asking for permission to resettle into their homes, but their pleas were ignored. The islands, however, would not remain entirely uninhabited. By the early 1400s, the territory of Poveglia was under the administration of the Old Reasons, a magistrature tasked with enforcing customs and tax laws. The Old Reasons decided to use Poveglia as a supply and repairing station for merchant and naval ships. Then, in 1423, the same magistrature agreed to pay a yearly stipend of 30 ducats to a priest so that he could celebrate regular masses in the San Vitale Church, one of the few remaining buildings spared by the war with Genoa, dating back to at least the 12th century. The iconic bell tower featured in most images of the island belongs to this church. The same year, 1423, saw the return of the plague to the canals of Venice. As many as 40 people died every day of the disease. Again, officials took great care of recording the salary of the local priests, but there is no mention of the island used neither as a hospital nor as a mass burial ground. The following year, authorities did decide to build a plague hospital on the island in the lagoon, but that honour belonged to St Mary of Lazarus, not Poveglia. Some years later, in 1468, the Doge instituted a new office, the Magistrate of Health, who ordered the building of yet another hospital on the island of Lazaretto Nuovo. The purpose of this facility was to isolate for 40 days the crews of incoming ships if suspected of carrying the plague. The Italian word for 40 is quaranta, hence the modern word for quarantine. Fun fact. It appears that events concerning St Mary and Lazaretto Nuovo may have been conflated and attributed to Poveglia. Now, going back to our favourite tiny Venetian islands, we now know
that makes
by the
sense.
mid-1400s it had been at least partially resettled by a small number of shipyard workers, custom officials, and one priest and his supporting staff. But the descendants of the original islanders yearned to return. In 1490, they were still living in Venice under the leadership of Gastald. In that year, said Gastald filed another petition reclaiming Poveglia. On this occasion, he received a positive response, but for unknown reasons, the much-awaited relocation didn't actually take place. We can only speculate as to the reasons for the failed move. It may have been that the island was simply too valuable to the Venetian government, as throughout the 1500s we find evidence of continued naval and military activity there. In 1527, the magistrate of the Old Reasons offered Poveglia to a religious order, the Camaldolese Hermits of Mount Corona, so they could build a monastery. The monks refused the offer of free real estate, not because they were afraid of ghostly activities, but because the crews of the ship stationed there were too rowdy and broke the silence that was needed for their prayers.
Right.
Decades later, the din of sailors would be made worse by the shouts of soldiers and the roar of guns. Between 1571 and 1574, the Venetian military built the Octagon, one of two artificial islets which would contribute to Poveglia's eventual death.
Okay, so I'm
This
sure
was
that's
essentially
that
an
one, but I don't know where
fortress
the
that
other
used
one
as an
is.
artillery battery to
Unless
defend
it just kind of
Venetian's
grew in
defense
over
forts.
here.
The mighty guns of the Octagon, however, could not defend Poveglia from the continuous onslaught of the elements. Records concerning the restoration of San Vitale Church in 1559 and 1598 attest that the island's buildings were constantly battered by high tides and storms. The Octagon was also powerless against the third large-scale plague pandemic, which hit Venice between 1575 and 1577, which killed 1/3 of the population. And look, we might be sounding a bit like a broken record here, but no official accounts mention Poveglia as a place of bubonic disease. As in the previous century, Venetians died in the thousands in their homes or in the hospitals at St Mary of Lazarus and Lazaretto Nuovo. At the start of the 17th century, Poveglia was
So it
mainly
may have
used as
been
a
just
repair station for ships
confused.
entering and exiting the port of Malamocco. It appears that by this time the island was also served by an osteria or winery, surely to the delight of thirsty sailors. In 1630 and 1631, that relentless scourge, the plague, made yet another stop in the Venetian ports, leaving 50,000 dead. You should know the drill by now. None of them were buried, let alone burned alive on Poveglia. In 1661, after the umpteenth petition submitted by the descendants of the original inhabitants, the Venetian Senate yielded. The great-great-grandchildren of Poveglia thus returned to their place of origin with a bit of a sweet deal in their pockets. You see, the magistrature of the Old Reason stipulated that the government would retain ownership of the shipyard, warehouses, and winery, but the inhabitants of Poveglia could collect the rent on those buildings. Moreover, they received permission to convert a portion of the local cemetery into a vegetable garden. That supposedly enormous and haunted cemetery, last home to tens of thousands of tortured souls, was in fact rather small. Only a handful of labourers and wine cellars had been buried there, plus the occasional sailor who had died in an accident. The fact that part of it was repurposed as a vegetable patch speaks volumes on the actual number of cadavers haunting the island. As we enter the 18th century, we should clarify that there is a kernel of truth in the legends linking Poveglia to plague pandemics. In 1750, and then again in 1771, the admiral in charge of the port of Malamocco ordered incoming ships to stop at Poveglia for a quarantine period. conflict. The admiral's orders, however, were limited to those crews with little likelihood or suspicion of actually carrying the plague or other infectious diseases. On June the 5th, 1793, a tartan flying an Ottoman flag was indeed quarantined in Poveglia. A tartan is a small fishing ship, by the way. Two of the sailors displayed the unmistakable symptoms of bubonic plague, and soon the contagion spread to other members of the crew. Eventually, 12 sailors died in the incident and were buried in Poveglia's cemetery. 6 years later, a Spanish brigantine was hit by the same scourge, which claimed 8 lives. Those were the last plague victims to be buried in the island's graveyard. So the maths is pretty simple. Poveglia's soil is the resting place for a grand total of 20 plague victims, a far cry from the 160,000 quoted by most sensationalist accounts. In the early 1800s, the territory of Venice and Poveglia itself switched hands several times. As a result of Napoleon's campaigns in Italy, the Republic of Venice fell and was assimilated into the fledgling Kingdom of Italy, a satellite of the Napoleonic Empire. During this period, the Church of San Vitale was converted into an army depot, and military engineers expanded the surface of Poveglia by building the second outer artificial island. After the fall of Napoleon, the region of Venetia was annexed by the Austrian Empire. In 1814, the Austrian military and Venice's Magistrate of Health took control of Poveglia, turning it into a naval health station, a function it fulfilled until the late 1940s. In 1819 and 1821, the health station dealt with a total of only 4 cases of plague. It's not clear if these were fatal, but in any case, the infected individuals were not buried on Poveglia. On April 28, 1828, Poveglia played host to a much more colourful, healthy and joyous guest, a live giraffe gifted by the Viceroy of Egypt to Emperor Francis I of Austria. The elongated mammal spent the regulation 40 days on Poveglia, naturally attracting the curiosity of the locals. The presence of the giraffe even inspired a popular fad, with fashionable ladies and gentlemen sporting hairdos and waistcoats mimicking the animal's long neck and leopard-like pattern. In the following decades, the Austrian government had bigger fish to fry than quarantining a giraffe. They directly ruled over most of the Italian northern regions, as well as exerting indirect control over many independent states within the fractured Italian peninsula. A movement known as Risorgimento, or Resurgence, advocated for the expulsion of Austrian influence and the pursuit of Italian unification. After several revolutions and 3 wars of independence, eventually Venice was restored to a unified Italy in October 1866. The Italian government continued to use Poveglia as a national health station, refurbishing existing buildings, permanently converting the Church of San Vitale into an administrative office, and building a modern hospital for sailors in 1888. In May 1915, Italy entered World War I, engaging in bitter trench warfare against old Austrian foes. Part of the hospital on Poveglia was turned into a POW camp, but otherwise the island saw little action until 1918. In August of that month, an Austrian aerial incursion attacked the islands, but it caused little damage. The following decade, the 1920s, were a tumultuous one for Italian society. Widespread street violence between far-left and far-right factions almost spiraled into civil war, a state of unrest which culminated with the rise to power of Benito Mussolini's fascist regime in October 1922. You may remember the popular histories of Poveglia claimed that in the same year, the island was home to a mental asylum directed by a sadistic psychiatrist. The deranged doctor allegedly performed horrible experiments on his patients until he jumped to his death from the bell tower, tormented by ghostly entities. We know for sure that such an institution never existed on the island. First of all, Poveglia was administered by the Royal Italian Navy, which arguably had no time nor inclination for advanced yet unethical psychiatric research. Second, Venice was already served by 2 psychiatric hospitals on the island of San Savolo and San Clemente. The former catered for male patients and the latter for female. One may argue that a mid-sized city like Venice did not need a third institution. And as an aside, in 1937, a woman called Ida Dalsa died of cerebral hemorrhage in Venice's San Clemente Asylum. Dalsa had been a lover of Benito Mussolini long before he became the Duce of Fascist Italy and bore him a son, Benito Albino, on November 11th, 1915. Mussolini acknowledged the fatherhood of the boy, but after his rise to power, his agents tried to bury evidence of the relationship with Dalsa. Throughout the 1920s and early 1930s, Dalsa insistently attempted to be acknowledged as a wife of Mussolini, resulting in her arrest, hospitalization, and eventual death. Also, her son, Benito Albino, died in an asylum in Milan in 1942. Both deaths are still regarded as suspicious, and the entire story is, in our opinion, far more interesting than some campfire tale about a cursed asylum that never even existed. But let's not lose sight of Poveglia. Following Italy's entry into World War II in June of 1940, the island resumed its dual role as naval hospital and POW camp, temporarily housing RAF crews downed by Italian anti-aircraft batteries. In later stages of the conflict, Venice suffered from Allied bombings, but Poveglia emerged unscathed. After the war, the military hospital was converted into a civilian facility, part nursing home, part hospice for chronic patients. The location was ill-suited for these purposes, though, and in December of 1969, the hospital was shut down. Its 144 patients were relocated elsewhere, and the building was closed. Soon thereafter, the entire island was vacated once more and vegetation took possession of the dilapidated hospital. Its ruins certainly made for an eerie and unsettling backdrop, which may have sparked the rumours about the haunted mental asylum. On September the 15th, 1971, the island made it to the headlines. 2 days earlier, a gang of thieves had stolen 5 priceless paintings from a Venetian church, the Basilica of St. John's and Paul. The case was quickly solved thanks to a lawyer who offered a reward of 5 million liras, some $40,000 in today's value. Police informants quickly spilled the beans, revealing that the paintings were hidden in an abandoned building on Poveglia. Clearly, the abandoned island made for an enticing hideout for art thieves, but it was even more enticing to the team led by engineers Marcini and Tom Liolo, who in 1971 and 1972 conducted a groundbreaking pilot test. Or should I say, ground lifting. The engineers wanted to test a procedure to literally lift the surface of endangered coastal areas to protect them against rising seawaters. They excavated 78 boreholes 10 meters deep across an area of 900 square meters. They then injected into the boreholes a mixture of clay and cement, thus raising Poveglia's surface by 10 centimeters. The team continued to take measurements for the following 11 years, demonstrating that the land had subsided by only a single centimeter. On October the 24th, 1985, non-profit organisation Touring Club announced a partnership with Club Mediterranee to convert Poveglia into a tourist resort. The project combined low-cost accommodation with scientific labs to study the ecosystem of the lagoon. Venice's mayor enthusiastically supported the idea, but enthusiasm alone does not replenish coffers, and difficulties in raising the needed funds led to the cancellation of the project. For the ensuing decades, Poveglia remains largely abandoned and forgotten. As we know, in the 2000s, the island re-emerged into the public consciousness thanks to unfounded rumours and claims of paranormal activity. The Italian Public Property Agency, historically more preoccupied by the ghosts of public debt and recession, naturally ignored such stories and saw Poveglia as an asset to raise some cash. In May 2014, the agency kicked off an online auction, allowing private citizens and firms to buy a 99-year concession for Poveglia and all of its buildings. A group of residents of the nearby Malamocco district decided to participate in the auction, creating the Association Poveglia for Everybody. Their intent was to give the islands back to the community by establishing a public park, a marina, a study centre, as well as a youth hostel and a restaurant with affordable prices.
And bet you none of it's happened.
Lorenzo Pizzola explains that the people of Malamocco have a deep sentimental relationship with the islands. To them, Poveglia was not a tangle of ghost-infested vegetation and ruins. It was a haven from daily grinds and parental supervision. Young people came here to smoke their joints, have sex, have some shade from the adult world. It's tied to a lot of people's biographies. Some 4,500 citizens eventually joined the association, raising 444,000 euros, that's almost $600,000 in today's value. Their offer, however, was outbid by a local entrepreneur with political ambitions, Luigi Brugnaro, who offered 513,000 euros. His plan was to build a private hospital dedicated to the treatment of eating disorders. Public Property Agency deemed Brugnaro's offer too low and expected him to dish out more cash. To make his potential new offer legal, however, the Citizens Association had to submit a second bid too. In spokesman Pizzola's own words, "That's where we nailed him." The association simply refused to submit a new offer, thus voiding the auctioning process. If the association could not return Poveglia to the Venetians, then nobody would have it. Thus, Mr. Brugnaro was effectively prevented from taking control of the island. But don't feel sorry for him though, as of June 2015, he was elected mayor of Venice. So that's nice. As per the Citizens Association, Poveglia for Everybody, they have not lost hope to return the island to the community. In 2018, the Administrative Regional Tribunal for Venetia ruled against the decision taken by the Public Property Agency back in 2014. According to the tribunal, the agency should have favoured the Citizens Association due to the, quote, important social goals underpinning the association's project. The Public Property Agency partially backtracked, providing special permits to Poveglia for Everybody so that they could perform maintenance, gardening and cleaning work on the island. They even received authorization to organize festivals. In December 2022, Poveglia for Everybody partnered with 14 non-profit organizations in Venice to raise further funds to refurbish the island and turn it into an area open to the public. In February 2023, the Public Property Agency kicked off an exploratory project to put Poveglia up again for auction alongside other properties in the lagoon, including the aforementioned San Clemente and the fortified island of San Andrea, once prison to the legendary serial seducer Casanova. At the time of preparing this episode, the auction has yet to be initiated and the future of Poveglia is still uncertain. And we can now return to that famous initial claim from the Times. Is Poveglia the world's most haunted island? It could be argued that yes, it is haunted, not by paranormal entities, but by false memories created by unchecked rumours and sensationalistic reports, by the spectre of neglect and unregulated thrill-seeking tourism. What about ghosts? According to Lorenzo Pizzola, spokesman for Poveglia for Everybody, the only ghosts which now and then pop up in Poveglia are us, the Venetians, who just want to defend it. If you want to do your part in defending the memory of the islands, please check out the already quoted Poveglia, the Island at the Origins of Venice by David Bassato and Paola Sofomeni. You can also read Bassato's blog, available also in English and French at the URL on the screen now.
cool. It's nice to actually learn something about real instead of the sensationalistic garbage that comes up, like he said, because of the internet. And that's why I really like him, because he does a great job of keeping things going. So, where do we want to go next, folks? Do we want something funny? Do we want something serious? How about the Faces of the Forgotten? That is the place that we're going to. Sorry it took me a moment, folks, but my things were I got all messed up and I haven't been able to go in and get them. So I've been sitting here fighting, trying to get all this stuff sorted out. But how about a little short here? In Faces of the Forgotten, they have a short here about the under 15 minutes. I'm sure I'll make it at least 15 minutes here because I have this bad habit of babbling in the middle. But it's the most terrifying dungeon in the world, Conway Castle. I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce that. But we are going to check out the most terrifying dungeon in the world. Bum, bum, bum.
We are in North Wales, and we are at Conway Castle, an infamous place from King Edward I. What a story. We're gonna go to the prison, dungeon, tower, but first I wanted to show you something really interesting. I really came to see the tower, but look at the wells. Way down.
That's the well, okay. That's a huge well, but I'm guessing for a castle it'd have to be.
No siree. You will not get out of there.
No.
Visitors are warned not to climb the railings.
No kidding.
Look at this place.
Wow. That is cool.
Just imagine if these walls could talk.
Think of some of the scary things they would say. Or stories they'd have to tell. You can tell a lot of these buildings have been stolen. The stuff has been stolen.
Was quite a terrifying individual. Here we're going to enter the Great Hall, which is interesting. It's just adjacent the prison, the dungeon, which I have to tell you, this is going to be the worst dungeon in England and probably in the world when I tell you about this. But yeah, Edward, son of Henry III, he was pretty infamous
Longshanks,
in his
yeah.
brutality. Everyone feared him. I mean, he grew up as a child. He was...
Because the European monarchy reused names, and there's firsts and seconds of... And then periods of firsts and seconds of the same names over and over again. It's appreciated that some of these actually had names like Longshanks and stuff like that to help those of us who are long out of our history classes, very long, to get a little reminder where we're at again.
Sickly. He didn't have real good looks. He had a lisp. He couldn't talk right. And they were like, this guy's not going to grow up to be anything. And yet, when he was, I think, 15, he was sent to battle. And a lot of it would hinge around Wales, an independent sovereign. And he had to fight the barons with his father. And in the battle, they were winning. They had the Welsh outnumbered, and he ran off with his cavalry after penetrating the line, left his father and the infantry, and he came back, and they were losing the battle, and they got captured. So he and his father were captured, and he had to spend... Father was released, but he was imprisoned to make sure his father would do the bidding of the Welsh, or at least leave the Welsh alone. But Edward was not one to sit in jail. He escaped, and he would come back and wreak havoc here. Not to get into all the battles, but he would not only wreak havoc here in conquesting the Welsh and teaching them a lesson, but he would do it in the most brutal fashion. Like worse than hanged, drawn, and quartered, William Wallace stuff. So let's take a walk here, tell you a little bit more about what happened. There were many battles, but in the end he would win. First against Griffith, the Welshman and his army, the barons, but then he...
I will be right back, folks. I have to take a quick step out to let the animals out. As much as I love them, I don't love them enough to want to have to clean up after them. So I have to step away for a quick second, but I should be back before this video ends, which is in less than 10 minutes.
Would
around 10 minutes.
Him. But worse, in the final battle,
it sucks. I want to watch this
was
one.
A thorn in his side. Would finally conquest this area. And again, we're talking about King Edward Longshanks. I mean, there were many names for him. The Bastard, Longshanks, Hammer of the Scots. Of course, speaking of the Scots, William Wallace had won the battle at Stirling Bridge. We went there. Well, we went to the castle. But he would eventually be caught. Right? Hanged, drawn, and quartered. But when King Edward had finally conquested this area, and by the way, this castle he had built along with all kinds of other things to show the strength. In the final battle, he not only quartered the man, after he had to watch his son be put to the sword. And this was prisoners. They had finally surrendered. And usually it would be ransom. But not Edward. He was ruthless. He had his genitals cut off, his head, his everything, and then he had his body mutilated. This was all after watching his son perish. It's funny, he had these prophetic words. As he saw King Edward the Longshanks coming with his army, he said, almost like, well, boys, we commit our souls to God, but our bodies we commit to them. He knew they were going to die, and he had to know it was going to be bad. There was such fear in the hearts of men for Longshanks. They say that one subject came to argue the taxes, and when he saw Longshanks looking at him from the throne, almost like, okay, what do you want? He dropped dead and died out of fear. All right, we are reaching the top of what is the prison tower. Now, these were apartments up here, fireplace, windows. This was the cushy spot. Again, next to the Great Hall.
That was probably the Lord's chambers.
We're gonna look down here.
Yeah, no. Thank you.
Here it is. And you can see, oh my gosh. Look at that. So,
ugh.
There's the apartments, right? With their windows looking out. And then imagine all the way down there. And I'm scared of heights, and my knees are weak, folks.
Yeah, I would say
now
that is hella deep.
Muck.
Oh, I'm sure.
And that is
years of
12
debris
feet below the bedrock. And that was the dungeon. Do you see any doors? In or out? Well, don't look for them. There are no doors because there was a floor system, and I'll zoom in on where it used to be.
Right there, yep.
See where those pigeons are? That used to be a floor, and that's pretty high. And there was a trap door right in the middle.
With steps, or a ladder, I'm sure.
And they would throw you down there to be forgotten. Oubliette, French, forgotten, that's what they would call
Okay,
this
so that's what the Lord, that's the oubliette.
And I'm kind of afraid to just lean out.
Think of what's in there.
I'm on a big gimbal, so I'm not where the camera is, guys. I'm 3 feet behind. I got a long gimbal. And
I don't blame you. You
But I
couldn't
want
get
you
me
to
that
just
close,
imagine-
even. Being forgotten down there.
And let's pan down there, or zoom down there. I want you to just imagine.
Bless those that are probably still down there.
And there was no food, there was no water. You were literally forgotten.
They were probably licking the
That's why they
walls
called it
for
that, but-
moisture until they died.
No way in, no way out. Complete darkness.
I wonder if there's...
Damp mildew, filth. If you were...
I can imagine that if you could look before it had decayed like this and been weathered again because it's open to the air like it is now, that the stench down there would be unholy, and that there would be literally scratches and marks on the walls, ancient graffiti, basically.
With others moaning and screaming. Excrement was dumped from the toilets above down there, right on you. You can imagine the dead bodies and bones and stink and rot. Disease. You would die a slow death.
Disgusting death.
Of disease and starvation. It's
I think I'd
hard
bash
to
my head
imagine.
against the wall, made sure I went quicker. I don't know. Maybe that's just me, but
As I picture myself down there, I can just imagine clawing in the dark at every inch of every part of the wall in the dark, trying to find a way out. And
yeah, and there's none.
it wasn't going to happen. There you would die. Down there you would die. And then you would be fed to the birds.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, he was definitely not wrong about being one of the ugliest dungeons. I mean, I know it's not complete and we're only, but there's enough history. We know what those places were like, so that would have to be absolutely terrible. And this came from Faces of the Forgotten. Please go give them a like, subscribe, because I thought that was fairly interesting to go on to. Since we did the most terrifying dungeon, over in Europe, let's go to one of the more disturbing history places in the United States now, the Waverly Hills Sanatorium. Now, I'm going through a thing called Kentucky Melody. I want to give them their proper due.
Y'all
because
ever heard about
I have never been. In fact, I haven't even had a chance to subscribe to their channel. I just seen the name, so I'm going to have to go back and check them out before I get rid of this video when I'm cleaning out my history. But it's only 15 minutes, and I know Waverly Hills has a much more sad and sinister, depressing history than 15 minutes will cover. But I'm betting they'll hit the highlights. And the Waverly Hills Sanatorium was a place of some sad and twisted stuff back in its day. So, Waverly Hills Sanatorium.
a place where the walls seem to breathe, the air's thick with whispers, and shadows got a mind of their own? Well, up on a hill in Louisville, there's an old crumbling building where history and haunting go hand in hand. Folks call it Waverly Hills Sanatorium, a place where thousands came seeking a cure.
It was a tuberculosis hospital. It was transformed into other things later. That's what I'm going to give to those who may have never heard of it. Most of us in the United States have, or a lot of us, especially if you're interested in paranormal, because it is incredibly paranormal. And there is some incredibly documented information about it from many trusted sources, not just the sensationalists. So, without further ado, let's get into the disturbing history of Waverly Hills Sanatorium.
But many never left. If you're brave enough to walk them halls, you might just meet one of them. Stay tuned, because this story's about to send a chill straight down your spine. Now, if you're into hearing stories about places like this, where history and haunting go hand in hand, well, y'all are in the right place. This here's Kentucky Melody, and we dig deep into the spooky, strange, and downright fascinating tales Kentucky's got to offer. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and ring the bell so you don't miss no stories from the hollers, the hills, and beyond. Now, let's take a walk through the shadows of Waverly Hills Sanatorium. Now, folks, let me spin y'all a yarn about a place where the air's thick with stories, and the shadows hold on to things long gone. Up on a hill in Louisville, Kentucky, stands an old building, Waverly Hills Sanatorium. Some folks say it's just bricks and mortar, but to anyone who's ever set foot inside, it's clear that this place is something more.
Oh, yeah.
The line between the living and the dead is mighty thin up there, like a fog that never lifts. And behind that veil, well, there's souls that still wander, lingering in the halls where they once drew their last breath. Believe it or not, Waverly Hills didn't start off as a place of sickness and death. Nah, sir. Back in the late 1800s, this here hill was peaceful, a far cry from the eerie feeling folks get now. It all began when a fella named Major Thomas H. Hayes bought the land and needed a place to educate his daughters. So he set up a one-room schoolhouse right there on the ridge, and he named it Waverly, after his favorite set of novels by Sir Walter Scott. The name stuck, and from that little schoolhouse, the hill took its name, becoming known as Waverly Hills.
Okay, cool.
For a while, it was quiet up there, just the sound of kids playing and learning. But that peace didn't last long. By the early 1900s, something far darker was creeping across the land, the White Plague, as folks called it. Tuberculosis was spreading fast, and it was leaving a trail of death in its wake. As tuberculosis took hold, Louisville found its
Yes, in the United States, tuberculosis in this time period was ravaging the United States in a way I don't think any other epidemic really did, because it hit everyone, and it hit in every territory. It's not like if there was a smallpox epidemic, you could a lot of times control that so it wouldn't spread to different towns or larger areas. Where tuberculosis, it was just everywhere and would hit anyone.
Itself in the thick of the epidemic. The city was one of the hardest hit, and they needed a place to isolate and treat the sick. So, in 1910, up on that same hill where kids once learned their ABCs, they built Waverly Hills Sanatorium. It started out small, just a couple of wooden buildings, meant to care for early-stage TB patients. Folks thought the high ground and fresh air might help cure the disease. But the plague only got worse, and more people were falling ill. Before long, the little wooden building wasn't near enough, so in the 1920s they built a new Waverly Hills, a massive 5-story brick house.
That's scary. Because my home here was built in 1920 that I'm living in right now. I thought it was older.
That could hold hundreds of patients at a time. It was one of the biggest TB hospitals in the country, a place where hope and desperation walked side by side. Now, life at Waverly Hills wasn't easy. It was isolated up on that hill, away from the world, because no one wanted to be near the TB patients. They tried to help them, mind you. Doctors experimented with all kinds of treatments. Fresh air, sunlight therapy, collapsing patients' lungs to rest them, and even removing ribs to help folks breathe. The patients were laid out on the porches in all seasons, hoping that Kentucky's fresh air might be the miracle cure they needed. But, truth be told, most folks who went in never came back out.
Unfortunately.
See, there were so many deaths that the doctors had to come up with a way to handle all them bodies. They didn't want the living patients to see death carted out day after day. It'd break their spirit. So they built something called the Death Tunnel. It was an underground tunnel that stretched from the hospital down to the bottom of the hill. Bodies were loaded onto gurneys and wheeled down that dark, sloping path out of sight of the others. That tunnel carried thousands of souls from this world to the next. By the 1940s, the miracle they'd been praying for finally came. Streptomycin, a new drug, was found to treat TB, and the death grip that the White Plague had on the country started to loosen. Fewer people were dying, and the need for places like Waverly Hills began to fade.
Thank
By
God.
1962,
Unfortunately,
Waverly closed its doors as a tuberculosis sanatorium, having served its grim purpose for over 50 years. But that wasn't the end for Waverly.
that was as many people as passed in that tuberculosis epidemic in Waverly Hills is not even its darkest history, unfortunately. Yes, there were some horrible things done, like I said, removing ribs, collapsing their lungs, other things in. And while it was probably torture to the patient, it wasn't meant to be. It was meant to find ways to relieve their suffering and to relieve their agony at the moment. I shouldn't say relieve their suffering, because there was only one thing that did that until streptomycin came, unfortunately. But I will say that its function back when it was first built was very noble, very good. And while it supposedly was supposed to stay noble, it did not. That much I do know.
Not by a long shot. The building was converted into something called Woodhaven Medical Services, a geriatric hospital. They took in elderly patients, folks with dementia, mental illnesses, and the ones too sick to care for themselves. But it wasn't long before whispers started about neglect and mistreatment. In 1981, the state shut the place down, leaving Waverly Hills to fall into decay. And with each year of abandonment, its reputation as one of the most haunted places in America only grew. Now, here's where things get downright strange. After the hospital closed, there were all kinds of plans for Waverly Hills. At one point, somebody tried to turn it into a church. Can you imagine having Sunday service in a place where so many souls had passed? That idea didn't stick. Then, in the 1990s, a developer had the bright idea to turn Waverly into luxury apartments. That's right. Somebody thought folks would pay good money to live in a place that had been a tuberculosis hospital, a death tunnel and all. But, predictably, that never happened either. Waverly Hills stayed empty, the echoes of those souls wandering through its long, dark corridors. But then, something happened that breathed new life into the old place. In the early 2000s, a couple by the name of Charlie and Tina Mattingly took over the property. Now, instead of letting Waverly crumble away into nothing or trying to sweep its haunting past under the rug, the Mattingleys leaned right into what the place had become: a home for spirits, a piece of history, and a beacon for paranormal enthusiasts from all over the world. The Mattingleys had a vision, and it wasn't to tear down or hide what Waverly Hills had been. They started restoring the building, brick by brick, saving as much as they could while still preserving the eerie atmosphere that made the place famous. They opened the doors to the public, offering tours of the hospital, daytime tours for those wanting to learn the history of the place, and nighttime ghost tours for the brave souls looking to come face to face with the spirits still lingering inside. See, Waverly Hills has become a magnet for ghost hunters. Folks with cameras and recorders
And keep in mind that part of what you're seeing, the new looking and the old looking, is still part of it, because they have not by any stretch been able to redo all of the building, and there are areas that are off limits because they are not safe yet.
Hoping to catch a whisper or a shadow out of the corner of their eye. People come from all over the world, drawn by the stories of strange noises, figures moving in the dark, and the infamous creeper, a shadowy figure that crawls along the walls. And whether you're a skeptic or a believer, there's no denying that Waverly's got an atmosphere like no other. Now, let's talk about the ghostly legends that swirl around this old sanatorium like leaves in a windstorm. You see, ever since the Mattingleys opened those doors to the curious public, stories of hauntings have exploded, and you can bet they're enough to send shivers down your spine.
Food is good to go if you're
One
interested.
of the most famous spirits is that of a
If you wanna
little
bring me
girl
some.
named
Not
Mary.
in particular. Seems reasonable.
Folks say she roams the halls,
Just a little.
playing with a ball and giggling like she's not a care in the world. But there's something hauntingly tragic about her laughter. Legend has it that she died from tuberculosis long ago, and now she wanders those halls searching for her lost friends. Visitors often claim to see a little girl in a white dress, and if you listen closely, you might just hear her whispering for someone to come play. Then there's the tale of the creeper, an unsettling presence that has been reported by countless visitors.
Many say that this creeper thing is a later thing, that it basically started feeding on the death and the drama and whatnot. It's not a human spirit, it's more of an aura entity.
They say it moves along the walls, a dark, shadowy figure that seems to crawl just out of sight. Some swear they've felt it watching them, a chill running down their spine as they catch just a glimpse of it in the corner of their eye. The creeper is known for its sinister energy, and those who've encountered it often leave with a sense of dread they can't shake. And let's not forget about the sound of footsteps echoing through the empty halls. Many folks have reported hearing footsteps behind them, only to turn around and find no one there. It's as if the very walls are alive with the whispers of the past, a reminder of all the souls that pass through those doors. Sometimes visitors find themselves hearing cries or moans in the night, ghostly echoes of the patients who once resided there, trapped between worlds. Some even claim to have captured evidence of the supernatural with their cameras, pictures of orbs floating through the air, strange shadows, and unexplained streaks of light. For the brave and curious, Waverly Hills has become a hotbed for ghost hunting, with groups setting up overnight investigations in hopes of encountering something otherworldly. So, whether it's the playful spirit of Mary or the unsettling presence of the creeper, Waverly Hills is a place where the past and present collide. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind that sweeps through the halls seems to carry a story, one that invites you to listen closely and embrace the mysteries that lie within its haunted walls. But the Mattingleys ain't just making a spectacle of the spooky. They're also working hard to restore Waverly to its former glory. Every year, they host a haunted house event called Haunted Waverly Hills in October. It's spooky fun for visitors, but it's also a fundraiser to help with the repairs and restorations that old building sorely needs. All them proceeds go into saving Waverly, keeping it from falling apart, and giving folks the chance to see it in all its eerie, historical glory. There's been plenty of talk about what the future holds for Waverly Hills. Some folks say it might be turned into a full-fledged museum one day, showcasing its history as one of the most notorious TB hospitals in the country. Others think it could become a hotel, a place where you could spend the night surrounded by the spirits of the past, if you've got the nerve for it, that is. For now, though, Waverly Hills stands as a monument to both Kentucky's past and its ghostly legends. The Mattingleys are doing their best to keep the doors open and the history alive, whether folks come for the haunting, the history, or both. So, whether you believe in ghosts or not, there's no denying that Waverly Hills holds something special, something that draws people in. It's a place where time feels like it stood still, where the echoes of the past still whisper through the halls, and where you can almost feel the weight of the history hanging in the air. Now, if this kind of story is what keeps y'all on edge.
So what do you think, folks? Waverly Hills Sanatorium. I love it. I want to go there so bad to check it out. Now, again, that was from Kentucky Melody. If you think that you would like to see more of their history, stories from Kentucky, I know they have quite a few of them. Kentucky's an old state. It has a lot of things that have happened there. It was the birthplace to some very incredible people in our history. But I decided we're going to keep on with a combination of history and weird. And in this case, it's American history.
Hey all, Ron here from Military Images Magazine with a new episode of Life on the...
Let's start that all over again. I did not realize he'd give us our whole... But it's Life on the Civil War research, so...
Hey all, Ron here from Military Images Magazine with a new episode of Life on the Civil War Research Trail. I'm currently researching John Augustine Washington, who is perhaps best known as the last Washington family member to be an owner of Mount Vernon. He is also known for being an aide to General Robert E. Lee during the Civil War, and Washington died in the fall of 1861 in the western part of Virginia while doing some surveillance work on behalf of Lee.
Wow. I wonder if how our founding father or our first president thought about that when his son went to war in the nation against his office, or if he'd have been more like on the southern side, since he was a Virginian and he did own slaves. It's kind of interesting. That one has me confused. I never really thought about I knew they were slave owners and stuff, but I never really thought about any family members fighting in the Civil War.
So I did something today that I haven't done in a long time, which is to go to a physical library. Normally, so much of my work is done online or by communicating with libraries who send me digital copies of what they have. So the actual going to a library was a real treat. And I went to the George Washington Presidential Library.
Okay. I have to comment on that because I agree. There is nothing in the world. I have my phone here. At any time, I can read a book. But it's not the same as staring into the pages of the written print on a piece of paper. It's just not the same. The book has a smell. And libraries are the epitome of that, especially an older library. Not these new modern ones that are 99% technology, but the ones that still have the rows and rows of old books in the old oak and wood frame bookshelves, bookcases. Those are the type I'm talking about, and they're almost disappeared because the maintenance on such building or the need to upgrade to a more technical modern era has made that experience almost disappear. And it's really sad because I think we're going to almost lose a whole generation or multiple generations of people who just love books for books and not just because it's their favorite author or whatever.
Library, which is part of the Mount Vernon complex, a beautiful place, about 10 years old, just everything you would want in a library. Dana Stefanelli was a director, and he helped me by getting the requests that I had asked for prior to arriving, a number of letters, some specific letters written and signed by Robert E. Lee that I really wanted to see. They were cataloged, but not available digitally. So I spent a pleasant couple of hours going through all this material and collecting the information that I needed. As I was winding down my visit, Stefanelli asked me if there was anything else I was looking for. I said, well, if you've got anything that describes how the family felt in the aftermath of the news of the death of John Augustine Washington, I would love to know about it. And he didn't know of anything offhand, but he did recall a group of letters written in the 1860s. And I thought, well, let's take a look at them because there might be something of interest. What I found was not at all what I expected. It's this letter right here. And the title of it will immediately stopped me in my tracks. Disinterment of the remains of Washington. It's not John Augustine Washington. These are the remains of our first president, the founder of the country, the general of the Revolutionary Army, George Washington. I read I was just stunned with what I read, information I hadn't seen before. The letter was written in 1863, and it was included a copy, excerpts from another letter that was written in 1858. And the 1858 letter was an eyewitness to the interment, the disinterment, if you will, that happened in 1837. So sort of an interesting series of events there leading to this letter. And I want to read it to you because it's absolutely fascinating. I was not aware that Washington's body was viewed in 1837, almost 4 decades after he died in 1799. So before I get into the letter, I want to give you a couple of names. I think it's
pre-embalming times,
so that
forgive
you're
me.
aware of the backstory here, because names that you might not be aware of. One of them is John Struthers. He is a Philadelphia merchant who made the sarcophagus and donated it to the family. Lawrence Lewis is a nephew of George Washington. And the letter writer of this letter is Benjamin Silliman. He was a chemist, a science professor, and a founder of the American Journal of Science. So that's the backstory. I want to get into the letter now. And so here we go. That title, The Disinterment of the Remains of Washington. Mr. John Struthers, a generous and noble-hearted Scotchman of Philadelphia, constructed and presented to the family of Washington a marble sarcophagus, the marble being from a Pennsylvania quarry. Mr. Struthers was entrusted by Major Lawrence Lewis with the duty of removing the remains from the old family vault, and the following particulars are extracted from a private letter dated Philadelphia, February 25th, 1858. I'm going to pause here because the letter is written, as I mentioned, February 25th, 1858, and it's an eyewitness who was there in 1837. Reading a little bit between the lines, I suspect that Silliman, the letter writer, contacted Mr. Struthers at some point, and this is actually Struthers who is describing what happened. That's just speculation based on what I'm seeing here, because the actual excerpt of the 1858 letter is not identified. I should say the letter writer is not identified. So here's that excerpt from the eyewitness at the 1837 installation ceremony. And by the way, it's October 7th, 1837, a Saturday. So here we go. Upon opening the door of the vault, we entered, accompanied by Major Lewis and his son. The coffin containing the remains of Washington was at the extreme back part of the vault, and it was necessary to remove the intervening coffins. The exterior case containing the remains of Washington, being much decayed, was stripped off when the lead of the lid of the interior coffin was found to have sunk considerably from head to foot, and this settling of the metal had perhaps caused the soldering of the joints to give way about the upper and widest part of the coffin. So, the coffin was collapsing. By request of Major Lewis, the fractured part was turned over on the lower part of the lid, exposing to view a head and breast of large dimensions, which appeared by the dim light of the candles to have suffered very little from the effects of time. The eye sockets were large and deep, and the breadth across the temples, together with the forehead, appeared of unusual size. There was no appearance of grave clothes. The chest was broad, the color dark, with the appearance of dried flesh adhering closely to the bones. We saw no hair, nor was there any offensive odor from the body. A hand was laid upon the head and instantly removed. The lead of the lid was restored to its place. The body, raised by 6 men, was carried and laid in the marble coffin, and the ponderous covering being put on and seated in cement, it was sealed from our sight on Saturday, the 7th of October, 1837. He died in the month of December, 1799, and had been more than 38 years in the grave. The relatives who were present were Major Lawrence Lewis, Lorenzo Lewis, John Augustine Washington, George Washington, the Reverend Mr. Johnson and lady, and Miss Jane Washington, who, after the removal, returned to the family mansion. Signed, B. Silliman, December 8, 1863. So there you have the letter. I thought I would go into newspapers.com, my favorite database, and see if I could find anything. And sure enough, I did. There is a description, a version of this letter, or a version of the contents of this letter, spun slightly differently, as you're going to find out here in just a moment. This particular article, it's not long. It appeared initially in the Philadelphia Gazette, and it was reprinted in the Madisonian, a newspaper out of Washington, D.C. It's dated December 28th, 1837. Here we go. General Washington. The remains of this illustrious man, the father and savior of his country, were recently placed in the sarcophagus made by Mr. Struthers of this city, from whom we learn that when the vault and coffin were opened, where they had laid him, the sacred form of Washington was discovered in a wonderful state of preservation. The high, pale brow wore a calm and serene expression, and the lips, pressed still together, had a grave and solemn smile, such as they doubtless wore when the first president gave up his blameless mortal life for an immortal existence. When
Oh,
his
what a
soft breath
spin.
with pain was yielded to the elements again. The impressive aspect of the great departed overpowered the man whose lot it was.
Oh my. The author of that article was quite a wordsmith, wasn't he? He was definitely a patriot and he didn't care what was reality there. He was making sure everyone knew that our leader was still preserved 100%.
To transfer the hallowed dust to its last tenement, and he was unable to conceal his emotions. He placed his hand upon the ample forehead, once highest in the ranks of battle, or throbbing with the cares of an infant empire, and he lamented, we doubt not, that the vice of fame could not provoke the silent clay of life again, or pour its tones of revival into the dull, cold ear of death. The last acts of patriotic sepulture were thus consummated, and this figure, which we can scarcely disassociate
Okay, I'm
from
trying
an
to hide it, but
apotheosis,
I gotta laugh.
consigned to its law, a dim mansion, to be seen no more until mortality and the vesture of decay be changed to the bright garden.
Dear sir, if you ever watch my reaction, please tell me how many times you had to read that letter into the camera without laughing at the complete rhetoric of the author of the day on that particular article.
Garments of endless incorruption. So my reading of that newspaper article, as you can see, there's a real spin there. The immortal Washington, the apotheosis, the smile upon his lips, the broad forehead, the hand resting on it for just a moment. All of that, except for the lips, is echoed in this letter. And that article suggests to me that, in fact, it was Struthers who was relaying the experience, and Struthers who wrote this letter that Silliman was copying here in December of 1863, in fact, is when Silliman wrote the letter. One more item that's worthy of note: December of 1863. We're in the middle of the Civil War. Gettysburg has happened, and the Confederates have withdrawn. They're now on the downside of the war. Vicksburg has closed off the Mississippi River. And the idea of Washington, the founder of the country, the founder of the United States of America, caught in between all of this, the Confederate States of America, Virginia, home to Mount Vernon, Washington, an owner of enslaved people. All of those threads are coming into play here. Ownership of Washington, the idea, is claimed by both sides. And so who owns his memory? Who owns Washington, the idea of Washington? Something that was hotly debated. So this December 1863 letter suggests to me that debate is still underway and is part of everyone's attention and imagination. So there you have it. Today's episode of Life on the Civil War Research Trail. We'll see you again for another episode. Until then, take care.
Okay. So, at least it wasn't as creepy as I thought. I thought that, that it was something more crazy and icky, or someone had done something that it had been disrupted. I never knew. So I guess that's a good place to stop on there. Okay. The next one I want to do is I guess it fits. In this day and age, there are so many stupid laws out there that shouldn't be in place. And there are some laws that need to be put in place. And I'm not going to discuss any one of them. You're on your own to just think of which ones are good and bad. But
ever been arrested for slurping soup or outlawed from whistling underwater?
But Brain X came up with the 49 weirdest laws in the US that are too dumb to be fake. 50 of them, basically. So basically 50 laws that are in the US too dumb to be fake, only it's 49. And I have never seen them, but I know there are some crazy, stupid laws in individual states. Now, if these are federal laws or whatever, I'm assuming they're state laws and stuff, but who knows? So, we're going to spend the next 30 minutes finding out the weirdest laws in the US that are too dumb to be fake.
In the land of liberty, some laws make you wonder if lawmakers were just bored. Let's dive into 52 of the weirdest, most absurd rules still lurking in America's law books. 1. In New Jersey, you can actually be arrested for slurping your soup in public. Yes, slurping. Somewhere in the vast bureaucratic jungle of New Jersey's legal system, someone once decided that loud noodle appreciation was a punishable offense. So, next time you're in a Jersey diner and feel the urge to channel your inner ramen connoisseur, hold it in. Unless you want to be explaining to your cellmate that you're in for noisy soup behavior. And just imagine the police report. Subject was apprehended mid-broth. Crime of the century. 2. New Mexico takes its hat dancing very seriously. So seriously that it's actually illegal to dance while wearing a sombrero. Whether this law is protecting the dignity of headwear or just targeting fiesta enthusiasts, we may never know. But one thing's for sure, if you plan to bust a move in Santa Fe, better leave your festive headgear at home. It's like the state drew a line in the sand and said, you can shimmy, but only bareheaded. Somewhere.
Maybe they had too many idiots from the north putting them on, getting drunk and trying to jump around and play stupid sombrero. You know. It still makes me think more of a tourist type stupidity that they did this just to stop stupidity.
A mariachi band just cried a little inside. 3. In New Hampshire, don't even think about tapping your feet to music in a public place. That's right. If you're at a restaurant feeling the rhythm and start innocently toe tapping under the table, boom, illegal. Apparently, rhythm is a gateway crime in the Granite State. It's like Footloose, but without the cool dance montage. Just a very confused waiter, a citation, and the sound of justice stifling your groove. So, if you ever catch someone swaying in their seat at a diner in New Hampshire, look away, Sonichko. You're witnessing a felony in progress. 4. Baltimore has a law so oddly specific it sounds like someone was really traumatized by hay once. There, it's illegal to throw hay bales from a second-floor window. Was it a one-time accident? A hay-based vendetta? A tragic barn loft incident? We'll never know. But somewhere in Baltimore's past, hay met gravity, and the city said, never again. So if you're planning a dramatic hay-themed balcony performance, maybe rethink it, or do it from the first floor. Safety first, bales later. 5. And back to New Hampshire, where things just keep getting more bizarre. It's illegal to sell your clothes to pay off a casino debt. So if you hit a losing streak and think, well, I've still got this jacket, think again. In New Hampshire, your dignity may leave the poker table, but your shirt has to stay. Apparently, the law decided it's better to be bankrupt than half naked. A questionable priority, but hey, at least your bankruptcy hearing will be well dressed. 6. In Minnesota, if a woman dares to put on a red suit, strap on a white beard, and let out a jolly ho ho ho, she might find herself on the naughty list with the law. That's because technically, women portraying Santa Claus can be jailed for up to 30 days. Who wrote this law, the Grinch? It's unclear if this is a war on holiday spirit or a misguided attempt to protect Santa's image, but it raises serious questions. Like, what happens if Mrs. Claus fills in while Santa's on PTO? Is there an undercover elf task force ready to pounce?
Right.
Either way, Minnesota is apparently where feminism goes to die in December.
What the hell, Minnesota? I can say that. I'm a Minnesotan right now. Where the hell did that law come from, and it better go away? We are a progressive state, and that's just plain stupid.
7. In Oklahoma, dogs aren't just pets. They're potential public menaces, if there are 3 or more of them together. According to state law, a group of 3 or more dogs must have a special permit signed by the mayor. Not a joke. So, next time you're walking your pups and see a third one sniffing around, watch out. You might be operating an illegal furry gang. Somewhere in Oklahoma, there's probably a bureaucrat who had a traumatic run-in with a dog park and said, "Never again without paperwork." Good luck explaining that to your vet.
That'd be a bitch to be a
Sorry,
dog
Doc.
walker.
We need a mayoral signature before Fluffy can have friends. 8. Kansas takes its beverages very seriously. So seriously that it's actually illegal to serve wine in a teacup. This isn't just snobbery. This is full-blown legislative micromanagement. You could be sipping the finest Merlot aged in French oak, but if it's in Grandma's dainty floral porcelain, you're a criminal. One has to wonder, was there a wine and tea mix-up at some point that led to social chaos? Did someone mistake?
Was that something left over from Prohibition? I'd like to know when that law came out, because that sounds like a Prohibition era thing they put in just to nail.
Take a wine tasting for a garden party and unleash a scandal of epic proportions? Whatever the backstory, Kansas clearly believes that formality in glassware is a hill worth dying on. 9. In Nevada, camels have been officially banned from the highways. This law dates back to the 19th century when camels were actually imported for desert transportation. But somewhere along the way, legislators looked at a camel lumbering down the highway and decided, nope. Apparently, their humpbacked grace doesn't jive with modern traffic laws. So if you're thinking of making your grand Vegas entrance atop a camel, think again. The state may welcome Elvis impersonators and 24/7 slot machines, but not dromedary traffic jams. That's where they draw the line.
I would say, looking on each side, the camels would probably be happier with their hooves over on that sandy areas anyway. So I think having them on the road is just kind of that was for because some sort of stupidity at some point.
Oddly enough, no one ever says a word about emus. 10. Connecticut has a law that puts the brakes hard on extreme cycling. It is illegal to ride a bicycle faster than 65 miles per hour. Now, let's be honest. Sonechko, if you're going that fast on a bike, you've either strapped yourself to a rocket or you've made a deal with gravity that ends badly. This law seems less about safety and more like a dare. You wouldn't, but just in case you do. Imagine being pulled over on your bike by a highway patrol officer. "Sir, do you know how fast you were pedaling?" "Yes, officer.
They
I
must
hit Mach
have
1
some
on a downhill
seriously
slope."
steep slope.
Lance Armstrong's ghost just did a double take. 11. Illinois has a law that makes it illegal to give a lit cigar to a dog, cat, or any other domesticated animal.
Oh, do you imagine
That's
that?
right. Apparently someone once thought, "You know who needs a puff, Mr. Whiskers?" And the government said, absolutely not.
Stupid.
Now, while it's comforting to know animal welfare is being taken seriously, you do have to wonder how we got here. Was there a canine cigar lounge scandal? A smoky poker game involving a poodle with a taste for Cubans? Either way, the message is clear. If your pet's trying to light one up, maybe it's time for obedience school. Or rehab. 12. In West Virginia, it is literally illegal to whistle underwater.
I didn't
Yes,
know you could.
Underwater. Now, on the surface, pun intended, this sounds like a joke. but it's real. Which brings us to the obvious question. Who managed to whistle underwater in the first place? And why did it upset the state so much that they passed legislation? Was there a rogue scuba jazz band wreaking havoc in the local lakes? A synchronized swimming team getting too jazzy? Either way, Vermont's not alone in weird aquatic behavior laws anymore. West Virginia's taking its place in the underwater no-fun zone. No tunes in the deep end, folks. 13. Connecticut draws the line at floppy pickles. According to state law, a pickle must bounce to be considered legally edible. Yes, bounce, as in drop it and watch it go boing. If it just thuds? Sorry, that's contraband. This isn't a food standard, it's a sport. Somewhere, a group of lawmakers was apparently so betrayed by a limp cucumber that they demanded state-certified crunch. You can't just taste quality in Connecticut, you have to
No, actually, I do know the answer to this one. They were having people back in the day, people were making their own pickles regularly in big barrels to sell. And there was actually a war, and for them to be considered a proper pickle, they had to be able to bounce.
test it with a table. Honestly, it's less of a snack and more of a performance review. The pickles here have a resume. 14. In North Dakota, it's illegal to go to bed with your shoes on. Sounds like a cozy comfort regulation, but dig a little deeper and you'll find the real enemy: muddy boots and dirty sheets. This law seems like it came from a very specific kind of rage. Probably a spouse saying, "I've had enough" after years.
Knew it was hoteling because some of the earliest cowboys, farmers, or miners would go to where they were so tired they'd just pass out on their bed, and then the mud and muck would be in the sheets of the hotel and ruin the sheets.
Of cowboy boots on clean pillowcases. But it also raises important philosophical questions like, what counts as bed? Couch naps? Recliners? Asking for a friend who naps in hiking boots? Either way, in North Dakota, bedtime, some cars barefoot time. No exceptions. 15. California's stance on frog jumping contests is clear. If the frog dies during the competition, you may not eat it. That's not only illegal, it's disrespectful to the sport. Because apparently, honoring your amphibian athlete doesn't include turning them into dinner. It's part of a long tradition tied to the Calaveras County Fair, where frog jumping is a real thing, and those frogs are borderline celebrities. Think of it this way: you wouldn't barbecue a racehorse, would you? Well, in California, frogs get the same VIP treatment. The law draws a line. Either they jump or they rest in peace, not in pieces. 16.
Fair enough.
New Hampshire has officially banned collecting seaweed at night. Yep, if you're the kind of person who wakes up at 2 a.m. thinking, you know what would really hit the spot? A seaweed haul. Think again. The law was likely created back in the day to prevent midnight harvesting sprees that depleted local shores. But today, it just sounds like the state's at war with kelp-based night owls. So if you're in the Granite State and feeling sneaky with your bucket and rake after sunset, you're not a rebel, you're an outlaw with a salty agenda.
Okay.
17. In Tennessee, sharing your Netflix password is, wait for it, technically illegal. That's right. The volunteer state says no to voluntary logins. Under Tennessee law, sharing subscription credentials can be classified as theft of services, which means that letting your cousin watch Stranger Things on your account could get you in hot water. Sure, Netflix may only send a warning email, but Tennessee's like, this is a felony, y'all. So maybe think twice before being the generous streaming hero. In the eyes of the law, you're not a good friend, you're a digital outlaw. 18. Virginia lawmakers once decided that tickling women was a bridge too far. According to this charmingly antiquated law, it's illegal to tickle a woman, just women. Gentlemen, apparently you're fair game. The logic here is murky at best. Was this to protect modesty, prevent flirtatious crime waves, or just a reaction to one really awkward incident involving feather dusters? Whatever the backstory, Virginia took a firm stance on unsolicited giggles. So if you're feeling playful in the Old Dominion, better keep those fingers to yourself. or risk being cuffed by the fun police. 19. Vermont wins the prize for most absurd dental drama with a law that requires women to get their husband's written permission before wearing false teeth. That's right. Dentures require spousal clearance. It's like the 1800s called and said, make oral autonomy optional. Not only is this wildly outdated, it's also creepy. Imagine showing up at the dentist and being asked for a permission slip from your husband. Oh, you want to chew again? Better talk to Bob. If this law were enforced today, Vermont would be facing a full-on dental revolution. 20. In some Kansas cities, yelling or making loud noises from balconies or windows is strictly prohibited. That's right, Romeo-style serenades, public arguments, or enthusiastic karaoke performances from your second-floor apartment? Illegal. Apparently, Kansas decided to trade balcony drama for eternal silence. The law seems like it was written after one too many people shouted, "Woo!" during game night. Or maybe someone tried opera in a bathrobe. Either way, the message is clear. If you've got something to say, keep it inside, both emotionally and architecturally. 21. Alaska's got a law that says you can't wake up a sleeping bear just to take a photo. And honestly, do you need a
law for that? Oh, that's what they said. Sorry, I'm ahead of them. But who's the idiot who's going to wake up a goddamn bear in Alaska to take a picture of it? Okay. I just wasted my breath on that, didn't I, folks? Because we have seen enough videos out there of stupid people who will do just about anything to get a picture of a wild animal when they have no flippin' clue.
A law for that? If your idea of a great vacation shot involves poking a hibernating grizzly with a selfie stick, you deserve every consequence coming your way, legally or barely. This rule feels like the government stepping in to say, if common sense won't stop you, maybe the legal system will. So yeah, keep the wildlife wild, the bears asleep, and your Instagram feed bear-free unless you're cool with becoming lunch with filters.
Yeah.
22. North Carolina once had a very specific agricultural dilemma. People were using elephants to plow cotton fields. Yes, elephants.
Elephants?
So lawmakers stepped in and said, that's enough jumbo nonsense. It's unclear how common this was. Was there a rogue circus farm hybrid? Did someone think, why use a tractor when I've got this 10,000-pound work buddy? The ban may seem random today, but it's probably a win for both modern farming and exhausted elephants everywhere.
Yeah?
No more trunk-to-soil labor contracts, thank you very much. 23. In Seattle, there's an old law that says women can't sit on a man's lap on public transit without placing a pillow between them, or risk 6 months in jail.
Okay.
6 months. So basically, if you're on the bus and your girlfriend gets cozy without a cushion buffer, you might end up with matching jumpsuits. One can only assume this law came from a long-lost war on public affection, or maybe the city just had too many PDA-induced back injuries. Either way, next time you're commuting through Seattle, don't forget your emotional support throw pillow. 24. In New York, don't even think about greeting someone with that classic childhood move, thumb on the nose, fingers wiggling. That kind of playful taunt is actually illegal. Apparently, somewhere along the line, New Yorkers decided that juvenile gestures were too powerful to be left unregulated. Was there a street gang of sarcastic toddlers causing chaos in the 30s? Did someone lose a duel over a nose wiggle? Who knows, but one thing's for sure. In the Empire State, keep your hands to yourself unless you want your next joke followed by a court date. 25. Arizona doesn't mess around with smiles or cacti. There's an alleged law that says adults over 18 can't smile if they're missing more than 2 teeth.
Well,
and while that one sounds more like urban legend with dental anxiety, the cactus part? That's real. Cutting down a saguaro cactus can land you up to 25 years in prison.
Oh yeah,
that's longer
one,
than some grand theft sentences.
That makes sense because it takes forever for those things to grow to anything like that. And they're a protected species because there's so few of them left. And on top of that, they're one of the few things that if you were literally stranded in the desert, it could keep you alive. Though there are other ones that are better.
Plants are federally protected, and Arizona treats them like desert royalty. So if you're out hiking and get the urge to take a souvenir, maybe settle
Not
for a
one of
postcard,
them.
Sonichko. It's safer and won't cost you a quarter century. 26. Maine took a bold stance on skydiving etiquette and made it illegal to step out of a plane while it's in flight. Yes, that means exactly what it sounds like. Apparently, someone out there thought the best time to disembark was somewhere between cruising altitude and gravity. Whether this law was made to prevent mid-air daredevils or one particularly adventurous passenger with commitment issues, we may never know. But rest assured, if you get the urge to walk out mid-flight in Maine, you won't just meet the ground, you'll meet the law first. 27. Illinois banned fishing while sitting on a giraffe's neck. And if you're wondering, how did this become a law? Welcome to the club.
Yeah.
Were giraffes once roaming the Great Lakes? Did someone turn a zoo animal into a mobile
I
fishing
never
perch?
heard of this.
Whatever inspired it.
What the hell?
We have to admire the creativity. You just know this wasn't hypothetical. This was someone's real plan. And Illinois said, absolutely not, Bob. Get off the giraffe and buy a boat like everyone else. 28. In Georgia, eating fried chicken with a fork is considered an actual crime in some towns. Fingers only, folks. This law started as a publicity stunt in Gainesville, but was technically enforced when a tourist dared to use cutlery on the sacred bird. A cop arrested her, jokingly, but the message was clear. Utensils are for salad, not Southern cuisine. So next time you're down south, remember, if it's greasy, crispy, and delicious, grab it like you mean it. Anything less is a crime against poultry. 29. Massachusetts law says you can't have a gorilla in the backseat of your car. It's
Well,
not
I
a
hope
ban
not.
on owning a gorilla, just where you seat them. Apparently, backseat gorillas are a no-go. So if you're road tripping with your
I'm sorry, but backseat, front seat, or in the trunk, I ain't gonna have no gorilla in my vehicle with me.
primate pal, make sure he rides shotgun. Was this law made after a bad zoo escape? A jungle joyride gone wrong?
Right?
Probably. But either way, it's proof that Massachusetts takes carpooling very seriously. Also raises an important follow-up. Is the gorilla required to wear a seatbelt? 30.
Of course.
In Los Angeles, a husband can't beat his wife with a belt wider than 2 inches unless she consents. Yes, this horrifying relic is real legal text, though obviously outdated and unenforced today. The fact that the law regulated belt width instead of, banning the act altogether shows just how messed up legal history can be. Thankfully, domestic violence laws have since evolved, but the absurd specificity of this one remains a reminder of how bizarre and deeply flawed old codes of conduct were. Consent or not, leave the belt in the closet, pal. 31. Massachusetts wants its nights silent, legally. According to one bizarre law, it's actually prohibited to snore unless all bedroom windows are closed and locked. That's right. If you're a noisy sleeper, the state expects you to soundproof yourself like a
Okay, my husband would be so screwed on this one. At least he would have been back in the day, because there are times when he used to snore so loud he would drown out everything in God knows how far. So I'm assuming he's the type that got this law created.
rebellious saxophonist in a quiet neighborhood. Who's enforcing this? The sleep patrol? Window inspectors with decibel meters? Imagine the citation. Sir, you were caught exhaling with gusto at 3:17 a.m. with your window cracked open. That's a Class S for snorer. So take it seriously, Sonichko. Massachusetts doesn't just care about your dreams, it cares about how loudly you pursue them. 32. In South Carolina, it's illegal to dance on a crosswalk. That's right. Channeling your inner Michael Jackson on the way to Starbucks could technically get you fined. This is basically the anti-Beatles Abbey Road law. It's unclear whether this was meant to curb traffic incidents or just bad choreography. But the Palmetto State isn't here for spontaneous public boogie. So keep those tap shoes in check and save your best moves for the dance floor.
I got a
or risk
feeling
turning your morning
somebody
commute
screwed
into a
up at
felony
some
footloose.
point.
33. Virginia has a law that prohibits spitting on seagulls. Yes, seagulls. As if the birds didn't already suffer enough being professional sandwich thieves, now they've got legal protection from airborne disrespect. Honestly, Who even tries to spit on a seagull? Was there an
Right?
epidemic of bird-targeted loogies? Either way, the law is clear. No spitting, even if they steal your fries and poop on your windshield. In Virginia, the birds win. It's their coast now. You're just a guest with manners.
Yeah.
34. Kansas bans shooting rabbits from a motorboat. Which means, yes, someone once did exactly that. It's not just illegal, it's oddly specific, suggesting that this was less a law
good
and more a
Lord.
reaction. Was there a rogue bunny hunter with a boat and a vengeance? A floating Bugs Bunny incident gone wrong? Either way, Kansas is putting its foot down. Shoot your rabbits on land like a normal weirdo. Water is for fishing, not aquatic bunny warfare. 35. In Tennessee, if you've ever participated in a duel, yes, like an old school 10 paces and draw duel, you are permanently banned from holding public office or doing business in the state. Apparently, if your resume includes pistols at dawn, you're considered a little too dramatic for tax law
I
or
think
city
that's
council
been
meetings.
proven for
While
a
this law may
while.
sound outdated, it's technically still on the books, just in case a time-traveling Alexander Hamilton shows up wanting to run for mayor. Duels. Disqualification. Bureaucracy. Bullets. Or 36. In Massachusetts, there's a very specific law that forbids taking photos under someone's skirt, also known as upskirting. And while this may sound obvious to any decent human being, it actually had to be codified after legal loopholes allowed some creeps to get away with it. So now, it's officially illegal, as it should be.
Thank you.
The lesson? If your
Should be
camera
in
is
every
pointed anywhere
state.
it shouldn't be, you're not a photographer, you're a future defendant. Massachusetts made sure privacy has legs, and those legs are legally protected. 37. Oklahoma lawmakers apparently had to spell this out. You can't make love to a car. That's not a metaphor. It's an actual law. Somewhere in the dusty archives of Oklahoma's
I
legal
don't even
system
wanna know
is a rule
that
that
one
says,
came
thou
out.
shalt not get too romantic with a Mustang.
I don't
Was
know
this the
who
result
came
of
up
one
with
very
that.
misguided grease monkey? Probably.
God, I hope.
But one thing's certain. If you're in Oklahoma and start whispering sweet nothings to your exhaust pipe, you might want to take a long look at your life choices from a safe, platonic distance. 38. In Maryland, taking a lion to the movies is strictly prohibited, which really puts a damper on your plans if Simba's your wingman. While the law was likely made with safety in mind, you have to wonder, how
Who the
many
hell
people were
had the
showing up to
lion?
matinees with jungle royalty before someone said, okay, enough? Whether it was a circus gone rogue or a very enthusiastic Tarzan cosplayer, the message is clear. Lions may love The Lion King, but they'll have to catch it on streaming like the rest of us. 39. In New York City, the penalty for jumping off a building is, wait for it, the death penalty. Which feels like someone didn't really think that one through.
Yeah,
The
no
law
shit.
itself is more of a relic from the past, obviously unenforceable today, but it's still technically there. The irony is staggering. Don't do that, or we'll punish you after you've already splatted. It's less of a deterrent and more of a posthumous punchline. If Gotham wants to scare people off rooftops, maybe invest in better guardrails, not ghost trials.
Yeah.
40. Rhode Island says no to pickle tossing, specifically from moving vehicles. That's right, it's illegal to hurl pickles onto the highway. Why?
All right.
Because apparently, flying brine bombs are a serious concern in the ocean state. Somewhere, a sour rebellion must have happened, and legislators responded with the only weapon they had, the law. So, next time you're riding through Providence and feel tempted to chuck your leftover gherkin, remember, one slip, and you're not just littering. You're committing pickle-based crime.
Unreal.
41. In Denver, Colorado, it's actually illegal to let your neighbor borrow your vacuum cleaner. That's right. Lending a helping hand could land you in legal trouble, at least when it comes to dirt-sucking appliances. No word on why Denver decided to target vacuum sharing, but maybe it all started with one neighbor who never returned it. Or worse, returned it full. Either way, in the mile-high city, generosity stops at the Hoover. You can share cookies, rakes, life advice, but not your Dyson. That's a municipal boundary you do not cross. 42.
That one might be more to keep any sort of pests from infesting from one house to the other, though. I mean, there are states that have problems with cockroaches. There are states that have problems, bed bug, you name it. If they were transferring it back and forth, they're probably trying to keep any sort of bullshit like that transferring.
Nebraska, a state completely surrounded by land on all sides, proudly prohibits whale fishing. It's unclear whether this law was made as a prank, a dare, or by someone who really misunderstood the geography of their own state. Either way,
I really hope that it was one of those, the reason Minnesota has like a cookie, a state cookie, a state muffin, a state this, a state that, is because for children to understand how lawmaking works, they put in their own bill that the legislature goes through. Most of them are passed, not all, because they're too far gone, but they try to pick one out of the group that so they can show how it is passed and to show how some are not passed or the reasoning why they are not. So please let me think that the reason that you cannot do that is due specifically to have kids understand the lawmaking process, even though it's an absolutely useless law in their books.
if you're in Nebraska and have plans involving harpoons and humpbacks, forget it. No whales, no oceans, no excuses. It's like banning snowball fights in the Sahara. But hey, at least they're ready, just in case the Pacific suddenly expands 1,500 miles inland. 43. Oregon has a law that prohibits hunters from letting their dogs loose to hunt other dogs that are enclosed. Yes, this is a real thing. Apparently, someone looked at a fenced-in dog and thought, that's the prey I need, and Oregon said, absolutely not. Dog-on-dog hunting is not just weird and morally twisted, it's now officially off the legal table.
Thank God.
So to any would-be canine gladiators out there, leash it, rethink it, and maybe go hug a golden retriever instead.
I mean, not trying to be mean here, y'all, but she's a Cane Corso English Bull Mastiff Cross. She's huge. She could take out basically any other dog out there. But first of all, I would not want any dog to attack her. That would seem just horrible. And by the same token, I can't understand why anyone would want to set off a dog onto another person's dog, especially when it's enclosed.
44. Arizona has a law that limits the number of dildos in a household to 2. If you own 3 or more, congratulations. You're officially running a situation. This law, still on the books in some areas, feels like someone got extremely uncomfortable during a town hall meeting and decided to legislate their way out of it. Apparently, Arizona's okay with desert heat, but not too much bedroom electricity. So if you're planning an adult toy party, maybe cross the state line first. Or prepare to hide one in the dishwasher. 45. In Colorado, riding in a black car on Sundays is illegal. The law doesn't ban driving a black car, just riding in one, which suggests that either black cars were once considered too classy for the Sabbath, or someone had a vendetta against goth chauffeurs. Other colors? Totally fine. Beige, pink, lime green, go wild. But if it's black, best to Uber on Saturday or paint your ride a shade more legally chill. Colorado may be cool with recreational weed, but apparently not with stylish Sunday sedans. 46.
Weird.
In Montana, it's against the law to leave a sheep unattended in the cab of your truck. Apparently, this state doesn't just care about livestock, it cares about their emotional well-being. No sheep left behind. Was this law born from one too many woolly jailbreaks? A traumatic road trip involving a lonely ram? We may never know, but the message is clear. In Montana,
We
if you're
don't
hauling
want to
sheep,
hear the story.
you better provide companionship, or at least let them ride shotgun with some decent tunes. 47. Pennsylvania has a law that forbids catching fish with your mouth, which is great news for fish and terrible news for anyone auditioning for the next season of hillbilly ninja warrior. You have to wonder, how often did this happen for it to need
Yeah, what
legislation?
kind of gross?
Was there a local legend of a man who could outswim a trout with nothing but teeth and determination? Either way, leave the mouth fishing to bears and cartoon characters.
Thank
In
you.
Pennsylvania,
I
you're
would
expected to
too.
use a rod,
That's
not your
disgusting.
jaw. 48. In Washington, Bigfoot is legally protected. Not kidding. Harassing, harming, or even attempting to capture Sasquatch is a punishable offense. So basically,
Silence,
Bigfoot has
Ruger.
better legal representation than some humans. Whether or not he exists, the Evergreen State has already drafted his defense. It's a strange case of myth meets municipal code. But hey, better safe than
Quiet.
sorry. If
Go
Bigfoot ever
down.
shows up in court,
Quiet.
Washington can proudly say, "We had your back the whole time, big guy." 49. In Ohio, it is illegal to get a fish drunk. Which raises several questions, mainly how? And more importantly,
Frat
why?
parties.
Was someone out there dumping beer in a koi pond and calling it a party?
Someone was being a
Ohio
dumbass at another
lawmakers
party.
clearly weren't taking any chances with tipsy trout and buzzed bass roaming the waterways. Fish aren't here for your booze-fueled hijinks. They just want to swim sober and spawn in peace. So if you're thinking of turning your goldfish into a drinking buddy, maybe just stick to a houseplant. And that's a wrap on America's finest legal head scratchers. Got a favorite? Or nope?
Oh, there are some interesting ones there, right, guys? A little stupid, but interesting. So, I wanted to get out of the gruesome stuff and have a little interesting yet. But instead of going to something scary or something historical, something eerie, I want to give myself a little bit more education here tonight before I close out my evening. So I want to do this one last video, if I can find it. Oh, this is driving me crazy. It's like I said, trying to get away from something that is so depressing and eerie and evil all the time. And I had one in mind. Okay, this is an infographic show. Or from the infographic show. It was my last one that I wanted to do tonight. It is, as you probably noticed, I've been sitting here smoking as I've been going along. I enjoy smoking weed. It's legal in my state, so I don't have to really care about it. It's just a thing I can do now. And while I enjoy smoking weed, 99% of my reason behind smoking weed comes from the process of doing different artifacts or doing weird things about my back and everything else to stop it from hurting. Now, I've done therapies, I've done chemicals, so I basically switched to weed. And I want y'all to join me tomorrow because that is number 1 on our list.
How will cannabis survive the apocalypse?
Excuse me. Stop that. But it's 50 insane facts about weed, and that is tomorrow's first video on my Twitch stream. And I want y'all, I'm giving you a little heads up. 50 insane facts about weed. And then we're going to go on to other historical things. We're going to go on to things about history, more paranormal. I also want to do some geography related ones. I have one about colorful places throughout the world. And I want y'all to join me for all of them. So, I will see you back here tomorrow, 4 o'clock. Again, a thank you and shout out to Wake and Bake 507 for helping me get all my setup and starting to make my page look really cool. And I will call an end to tonight and tell you all to have a great and wonderful evening.